Hawaii and all that type of stuff in comparison to New York. Like, for example, hot dogs, right? In New York, hot dogs usually come with sauerkraut, right? Which is that kind of that, I don't know how you describe sauerkraut, but it's sauerkraut. But here in LA, they might make a hot dog, but it's more like you could get bacon in it. They put salsa in it. They put guacamole in it. They put onions, and it's cooked onions and all that type of stuff. And they also make in their fruits, like I said, there's a lot of Mexicans here. They put a lot of hot peppers on in mangoes. A lot of hot peppers and mangoes. And I never tasted that way, but cause if I eat my fruit, I'm just going to eat it with fruit. I'm not going to put nothing, spices and stuff like that to add with that. Certain foods I never even had before in the East Coast. We eat tamales a lot here.
Tomatoes, yeah, okay.
No, tamale.
Okay.
It's kind of like
yeah.
It's kind of like a it's on like a it's hard to describe. I mean, you got to Google tamale. I'll just look it up, and then you have an idea what I'm talking about. This is what we eat over here a lot. You see this everywhere.
Isn't it like a stock of like some type of a plant, and you just
it's kind of like
okay.
With a lot of they don't even have it right here. Here it is. This is correctly.
Chicken and grits with the hot dog. Yeah, do they have? This is disgusting. The sauce, man. Marmite. I won't be surprised. Marmite.
No. I had Marmite. I thought that was the most horrible thing I ever tasted in my life.
It's disgusting. That shit is disgusting. Mustard is disgusting as well, my brother. It's disgusting. How can you have mustard with hot dog? I don't understand.
Oh yeah, we do that. We have hot dog. Yeah, we have mustard.
I believe our food.
Mayonnaise.
Say what?
Is it true that black people over there don't like mayonnaise? Because I remember there was a film called Undercover Brother, and basically he had to eat the mayonnaise. They wanted to test whiteness because he said something like down the line that black people don't like mayonnaise.
Share this real quick, so I have people would know what tamales are.
There's a lot that don't, but some do. I feel like plain, like by itself or on things, just globbed on things. I feel like the black people over here, like you said, they don't really like it. If I were to generalize,
like what, like mayonnaise?
Yeah, I think mayonnaise is more.
No, we eat mayonnaise in the hot dogs over here in California. We do.
No, I realize. I'm saying like people don't like a lot of mayonnaise. Like they don't want to use it as like they'll put it on something, but they're not gonna put it in like a cup, like in Europe, and then tell you.
No. I mean, they might like put it on
unless it's like a special sauce or something where it's mayonnaise mixed with something else. Like America likes to mix mayonnaise with other stuff.
I mean, I would have mayonnaise on my I learned to like it over here in California. My hot dog, or with mustard though, mustard and mayonnaise together. And how the way they do it here in LA, they put a lot of onions, and I might want to get salsa on it, or I might get my guacamole on it, or whatever. They do it up.
You should try Algerian sauce. Do you get that in some fast food joints? It's very nice.
Yeah. It's a lot of different foods. Like I said, each region in the United States have something different. Like if you see what we do in LA, you're not going to see that in Seattle. Or, LA and San Diego, you're not going to see that in Seattle, nor are you going to see that in New York, really.
Yo, Chicken and Grits, tell me about Southern hospitality. Is it true, if you move to, let's say, a Southern state in a black neighborhood, they're going to basically come to your house they're going to knock on your door and they're going to give you peach cobbler and they'll say, welcome to the neighborhood. But that's not true.
I don't know about now. Maybe back in the past it was like that.
Probably in the 50s, not today.
That's hilarious. Or maybe in the countryside, I don't know. And maybe in the countryside is more like that. People be that, nice and stuff like that. I mean, but I would say people are welcoming. If you're a new person in the neighborhood, if you have families and, something to talk about. People will welcome you. I mean, I would say people in the South are a lot more nicer. They would be more or less will talk to you randomly anywhere. Whereas
outside the major cities.
Outside major cities.
You know, the southern states remind me of. They remind me of, let's say, the north of England. The north of England, well, people talk to you on the street and that is friendly if you go to the north of England, but the south of England, people say if you go to London and do that, say they'll be like, "What the fuck are you looking at? What do you want, bro? What do you want, fam?" Like people will just pull out a knife, thinking, "What? You got a problem?" Like the
That's
south
the
of
Northeast
England,
in America.
the northeast. You know what? New York here. People in New York are just like people in London. Like they'll probably do the same to you.
I mean, LA could be kind of. I'm gonna be to tell the truth. People could be nice, but it could be fake at the same time.
Yes, and people from Los Angeles are fake.
Yeah.
Even my cousin from Sweden was telling me like Los Angeles is weird. In Los Angeles, he told me that in Los Angeles you have like suit shops that sell suits will open till 10 at night. I'm thinking that's weird.
They do. We do. I mean, a lot of our shops are open very, very late.
No, but you know what time all corner, like for example in London, corner shops will close at what, 7 o'clock, 8 o'clock.
Are you crazy?
No, but in London, I'm telling you right now, in London, back in the day, fast food joints and all of that close early now. Like they'll close at 10 o'clock, but they used to, you know what time they used to close? At 1 o'clock or 12 or 1 o'clock in the morning. They don't do that anymore.
I mean, you have a lot of the restaurants who still do close at 10 or something like that, but you have places that's open all night.
No, but that's antisocial. Like why would you be a fast food joint, a chicken shop that sells fried chicken? Will be open till 1 o'clock in the morning? That's antisocial in my eyes.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of places that's open till like all day. It's 24 hours, and I don't mind it. Even most of our grocery stores are open 24 hours. You can go there anytime you want.
The only thing I can think of that's open 24 hours are petrol stations or gas stations, you call it over there.
Yeah, they're open 24 hours. But, where my mom lived is totally different in South Carolina. It's everything closed around about weekends around 9 or 10.
In the South, things close earlier for sure. You got to go to like the big cities like New York, LA to see things that, more just a larger variety of like establishments being open just super late, like past 2 a.m.
And then we have our little taco stands. They open all day. There's taco stands all over this city. All day. I said those little Oaxacans want to make their money.
And the ice cream dude.
Oh, we don't have that here. It's just the little Oaxacan little taco stands.
Because you're in San Diego. In LA, they got it. They got the dude with the freezies and the,
not too much in LA. But it's the same thing in LA as the taco stands.
They definitely have more taco stands. That's for sure. That's true.
Yeah,
and pupusa spots.
Yeah, they open all day, and they those little Oaxacans want to make their money. Yeah, taco stands. Yeah. What was the conversation about? It was about Kenya.
Is Kaizo there?
I don't know. He's never there. Sometimes he's there. He goes everywhere. He could be in another platform. All we know.
Yeah. But I was gonna say earlier, even before the food, conversation, that in places like New Orleans, Charleston, Savannah, like those areas, I see a lot of Sahelian retentions.
Yes.
Like if you really know what's like the culture, then you're gonna like look and be like, really, like that's what's going on here.
Yes. That's facts. I mean, if anybody deny that, they just plain old stone deaf. Even a lot of books even acknowledge that fact. Especially among our food cuisines. We were just talking about that, me and ALL, about collard greens and this and that, and the stuff that we eat. Our version, I guess, I wouldn't call it jollof rice, but I call it red rice. I know in New Orleans we call it jambalaya. Has a lot of similarities to jollof rice. you know, it's just like you know, even American royalty even admitted, you know, collard greens is just like a very, very much so a staple dinner in, I would say, a good percentage of African American households, because I have one friend who's African American. He never had red rice before, you know, or jambalaya or whatnot. I was really shocked, and his family's from Alabama. I'm just like, you guys don't eat that in Alabama? I said,
You,
what type of
you
black folks are you?
you know what got me was for example, for y'all put um you know, y'all will put like some turkey in some greens basically, right? And
Yeah, we
that's
do.
a phenomenon that I see in, like, we don't have turkey per se, but we have like the guinea fowl. And you know, oftentimes, like, you know, Al knows about this, like they'll put, a lot of people will put guinea fowl in their
Mhm,
you know, their potato greens or their cassava greens, you know.
mhm.
So
No, I
that's
mean,
something I've seen.
it used to be pork, and then pork went out of favor because you know what I mean, because pork has all types of stuff. So yeah, a lot of people do it with turkey, and actually, when I had it with turkey, it tastes better, really, than when I had it with you know, ham hocks and all that other type of stuff.
Yeah,
So yeah, yeah. I mean, it was very good with turkey, and it tastes better. It had a better, you know, kind of like, especially if you season it right, good seasoning. Oh, it was great.
yeah.
Yeah,
But yo, American royalty, come up. I think he should.
he never comes up. He's not going to show up. He's not
Why
going to show
not?
up. He
You
never
think it's
does.
a Kaizo burner? Or what you think?
No, no, he like to troll. I don't mind him trolling. He's a good troll though.
No, he's funny. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, he is.
I'm
He
gonna
makes
give
me
the
laugh.
brother credit. He's
Yeah, he's
hilarious.
hilarious. He is
Yeah,
hilarious.
we know who you are, FBA Nigel. We know you.
He says folks still put ham. Yeah, they do, but you know, a lot of people are, you know, going towards turkey as well too. American royalty, yes, turkey as well. So, but you know, I like it better with turkey now, in
I've
comparison.
seen it down here. I live in the South, so I've firsthand seen it. Like,
Yeah,
so I can't even say, you know, y'all could argue about that, but I've seen it.
yeah. But you know, it's kind of funny though, because I remember I was telling people on this platform. I met a white lady on a train sometime years ago. I was on Amtrak going from LA to Seattle, and she was from San Francisco. And she was from, you know, she was a heavy set girl. You know, it doesn't matter. I mean, some people in my crew made some stupid comments about her, but you know, that's beside the point. But we were talking, and she was like saying, you know what, I have to get my food ingredients. Um, you know, because she can't get her food ingredients in her neighborhood in San Francisco. And I said, okay, where did you get your food ingredients at? She said she had to go to the black areas in Oakland to do that, all the way across the bridge, because none of the local whites in her area ate her foods that she ate in South Carolina.
Oh wow. Yeah, that makes sense though. That
Yeah,
definitely makes sense.
yeah. Because you know, if you talk to a white person in New York, they don't eat color greens. They
Nah,
don't.
they don't. They eat pizza and hot
No,
dogs and
not
stuff
just
like
pizza. They might eat strudels, or
that. Oh
you know,
yeah.
kind of like British food. I mean, it depends on
Yeah.
if you're a
So
WASP. If you're a WASP, you know, like you know, like a white person of British descent is kind of like no different in a way. Versus, you know, Italian food, I like it. Their food is pretty good, but yeah, they don't eat stuff like that. They eat
yeah.
three bean salad. I never heard of that.
Nah, I don't know what that is, but
I don't know what that is either. But he said some white people do eat
yeah. But
it.
but I'm about to head out, man.
All right, then, you
Take
have a
care.
good one, buddy. Take care.
You
I'm about to
too.
head out as well too.
All right.
All
Take
right.
care.
I take care. Take care, Queso. Queso's so dusty. Let's see. I'm gonna read a couple of these comments here. Queso is dusty. What time is it in Kenya? Let's see what time it is. It's probably sleep. Queso went to bed. It's 12:07 in Kenya, y'all. It's 12:07 in Kenya, y'all. So Queso most likely went to bed. It was a good conversation, Al. It was great. And it's probably pretty early your time. Yes, I do. I always put hot sauce on my greens, bro. Always do. Louisiana hot. Even though there's hotter sauces I have had from New Orleans, actually. Yeah, it's 12:07 in England. What time is it? It's probably late over there as well.
Yeah, I just thought I come back because I know you're KJ back, yeah?
Is he back?
KJ.
Greetings.
I'm not back, but I'm here.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, it's 12:07 your time, isn't it?
It's 9:08 in UK. Yes.
Okay.
It's 1:08 in the afternoon in California.
Okay.
Hey, off topic.
At least we're not out there partying.
Yeah.
Chicken and grits. Off topic. What do you think of?
Well, is Flex up gone? Yeah.
Yeah, he left.
Flex up gone.
Yeah, he left. Oh, Dr. R had a question.
I wanted to ask.
Chicken and grits, my brother. I wanted to know what's your thoughts on the guy that recently passed away a few months. And Jerry Springer, or Jerry Springer, as you pronounce it.
Oh, Jerry Springer died? Yeah, he did.
He died, you know.
How did he die? I mean, like, did he get killed? Somebody killed him?
No. He didn't get killed. I think he died of natural causes, but he had a lot of enemies, that guy.
He sure did, because
what do you think of that guy? Because I was a little kid back in the late 90s. Yeah, I used to like watch him on the TV. He used to come on.
You know, he wasn't like that always. The beginning when he did his talk show, it was a little bit more serious. He was trying to. Everybody was trying to follow the Phil Donahue and Oprah Winfrey model, and as time went on, and I guess he felt, and maybe he seen certain things, how like people fighting on stage and all that. He just said, you know what? This is gonna be my platform. I'm not gonna follow the Oprah model. I'm just gonna have fuckery.
But you do realize that Jerry Springer basically made Black American folk basically look stupid. He ridiculed. I'll tell you one thing I watched back in the mid 2000s. Mm-hmm. I remember when I was young, back in the mid 2000s, I was going somewhere that day. It was a hot summer day, and I was flicking through the channels, and I can't remember the topic here, but I remember this Black American kid was dressed as a girl called Taisha, and his mum was taking the wig off him, saying that you're not Taisha, and Jerry Springer with a smirk like this, holding the mic. I'm holding the mic. I'm thinking, I don't know if this is real or not, but they put in some ghetto people thinking, no, I'm Taisha. No, you're not a girl. You're not Taisha. And I'm thinking, oh my god. And the one time there was one black pimp here on the show, pimping this white girl out, and her mum was just sitting down, and I'm thinking, I don't know if it's real or not. This was him. I remember holding up his stick and that with his two arms. This is him. Jerry, because of the show I came on last time, and this is my second time on the show, I have branched out because of you, because I came on your show. I have people calling my phone non-stop because of my services, because of you. Then Jerry says, no. The show did not help you branch out.
Going back to my brother earlier, you was talking about the Almoravid dynasty. So you was doing the research on that, right?
Oh yeah, I was doing some reading about that, and I always thought it was interesting because it's really not discussed.
No,
on these platforms or anywhere else, and even in academia. I mean, they do touch on it a little bit, but they make it seem like it's something else where it's a lot more expansive than what people, pretty much.
Because do you know why it's embarrassing for them, to be conquered by these so-called Negroes that they end up slaving centuries later? They actually went there first and roll upon them and actually started slaving them. Do you understand what I'm saying? So
right, when they do mention Almoravid, because I remember watching the BBC.
For them,
I do. I do remember watching the BBC, and they did describe the Almoravid as being kind of like dressed like the Tuareg and having black skin.
Yeah, they are.
However, whenever they mentioned the Almoravid, it was always in the negative, and they almost considered them like barbarians.
But
And
but they were the soldiers of the Roman Empire also. So that's why they call them barbarians, and that's where the word barbarians came from the barbers.
Right.
Because they said this way, it was a conquest, They went there and to conquer them.
Yeah, because I remember the BBC did a thing on that. It was good though. I mean, they talked about each Almoravid, but the Almoravid got the most negative from that.
Yeah, obviously. I mean, the Roman Empire was more brutal, but they're trying to make the Almoravid more brutal, right? Because it's people of the continent.
Right. Oh, well, I knew that. I mean, but it was just kind of funny when they got in, or when they introduced Almoravid with a horseback, and then she described, and they said they had black skin, and they were like newly converted to Islam, and in Holloway, the people who were the commentators on there, they were just not used to civilization. I said, and I was just listening to their piece about that, and I thought it was kind of hilarious how the way they described them.
AI, what do you have any knowledge or info on the Ganawa people of Morocco? The Ganawa. If you've ever heard of those people?
Oh, he has. I know he has.
Hello, AI, you there? So, Chicken and Goose, why did you move from Los Angeles to San Diego?
It's funny because
the weather
last week.
Oh, you're back. You're back.
Yeah. Sorry, it's funny because last week there was the Senegalese Navy, stopped like a boat of a lot of people leaving Senegambia to Europe. People are doing it. If you look at the map, it's not far from one another. If at the south of Morocco, there's still black people that live there.
Yeah, did you hear what I said before, or you was out?
No, I missed it. Yeah, go on.
Basically, I wanted to ask you about what's it called? If you ever heard of or got knowledge on the Ganawa people of Morocco, it's a Sufi brotherhood.
Not really much. No,
because I
know they're slightly connected to us. Yeah,
I was doing research on this jinn called Abu Nuk, Abu Nuk, and that. And basically, this jinn apparently originates from these people who are a mix of people from Senegal, Chad, and Nigeria. The Ganawa people is a Sufi brotherhood.
Oh yes, Ganawa, the Ganawa people. But they are close. They're connected to the West Africans.
But what region are they from specifically? Because
around the Senegambian region. Because you see, the problem is it's hard to describe, that region as a country. From where Morocco is today, all the way to the south of Senegal, used to be one place. Do you understand?
Because the reason why I asked, because
it used to be one place
on Morocco, on the history of witchcraft in that region. I'm thinking, did Africans bring magic to that region? Or was it Jewish people that brought it to that region?
No, witchcraft is still in West Africa. It's still prevalent.
No, but Morocco in that area. No, I'm talking about
Morocco, most of their culture is West African influence. In fact,
that's
90%.
What I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. And plus, I heard that they got it from Jewish people as well. Jewish people that settled.
But don't forget, they mix with the Jew. Those people are mixed with the Semites. The Semitic blood. Yeah. The Moroccan. That's why Morocco got a lot of Jewish population right now as we speak.
A lot of migrants.
They have, and Portugal. In fact, the Portugal is full of them. These are the people that we mixed with them back in the days.
It's very common in West Africa, the Islam.
That's why when African American brothers going on about when they're going about the Jewish Israelite thing, because they probably discovered they got certain percentage of Semite in them. I always say to them, come back to West Africa and find out what tribe you belong to. Because the people in the West Africa and the Sahel are so mixed up with different genetics, you know. But we're Niger Congo people that been, you know, invaded by different people, right? So we mix with them. We've got different tribes that came out of these groups, and these groups end up blending in. But at the end of the day, you know, most of us, we still retain that. Almost all of us still retain that Niger Congo side of us. But
It's
then we got
interesting with the
yeah.
religious part. Did you know it's interesting with the religious part as well? Whether it's African, whether it's Islam or Christianity, you're going to find African aspect of it. It doesn't matter what country in Africa, but you're going to find the African aspect.
AK, so share this video.
Oh yes, most of the West African, they do follow their own traditional religion.
I'm talking about
they actually do.
I'm talking about. I'll give an example. Islam. If you go to West Africa, even my country, you're gonna have sheikhs or wadads or malams. They're gonna mix what's it called, the spiritual part with the religion part. If you know what I mean.
Yeah, they do because it's what they had before the religion came, right? So what they do is they do it on the both. They do bit Islam and they do both for the old religion. You know, in West Africa, that's what you find most of the people from the song. Yeah, they mix it up, bro. You know, because obviously at the end of the day, they don't want to lose that side of them neither, because you know that's what they was before these people came in, right?
The reason why I asked, because I know an African American guy. Chicken and grits, is this common in the South?
What is?
Like, I know one African American guy. He's basically runs a church. He's a Baptist. He runs a church, but he does the magic on the side as well. A bishop that I personally know.
That must be in the backwoods. I mean, you do have people who do. I don't know, when people just, I don't know, like certain African American churches, where
he's knowledgeable in the Bible and all of that. Yeah, he runs a church. But he does basically the magic side of it. Like if you were to say to him, "Yeah, I've got a problem. I want you to attract this woman to me. I want you to destroy my enemy." He'll say, "Certainly." There's not a bit of like being confused.
Huh? I know they do something like the Holy Spirit, the Holy Ghost, and people jumping around in church and looking like they like possessed half the time. I remember seeing that when I was a kid. I used to be scared as shit when I used to see that.
But not in that. Yeah, you wouldn't believe me if I tell you if it's from the movies and that. The guy I know works with an old lady that does magic as well.
Now I know parts of New Orleans, and also I hear what people tell me in South Carolina that people work with something called, they call it root. You know, where people go to these
hoodoo,
practitioners and stuff like that, and get stuff from them, whether it be potions or even sort of like telling your future and stuff like that, and you know that type of thing.
Right. But I mean, I think in New Orleans they got very strong Congo aspect in New Orleans, and I can see where that come from. It come from the Congo tribes in our region, in the Guinea coast. You know, most of their stuff that they do, you know, that tradition and church thing mixed up together, and also their music. If you look at New Orleans, right, and you're looking at the Senegambia region, you can see the familiarity straight away.
AI, you know what I found out recently, some couple of years ago, and I never used to take this serious. I even asked one guy from Gambia about it. He told me that this shit's common in his region. I even asked people from my own country. I thought it was common as well, but it's not as common. But they are aware of this shit. That you could do a lot of shit. You could do a lot of shit with someone's picture.
Oh yeah, but you know,
okay, so share this video, bro.
Some African, that's some deep African thing that, you know.
You could do a reading on someone's picture. You could find out his secrets. You could find out anything if you take it to a witch doctor.
Yeah, they do have. You know, this is one of the reasons why a lot of our ancestors are set to Islam, is to get away from that, because you know those days also there was a lot of human sacrifice. You know.
No, I'm talking about. If you want to, I even asked the guy, if you want to destroy the person. I'll give an example. Before they destroy the person, or they're gonna do.
Oh yeah, I know.
They have to
I know exactly
find
what
out
you
this
mean.
person's got. They have to find out
Yeah, this are religion that this are religion that I think
Why didn't that stop the white man from owning all your economies, man? It's all BS, bro. Like, come on, man. Like it's all BS, of course, man.
Yeah,
All
but
this religious BS.
we don't believe. I'm not saying we believe in it, but he's talking about what people do.
Yeah, I can do it, but it's BS, man. It's delusion.
Of
They
course.
should spend that hour learning about metaphysics, science, and be like Dr. K or something. Build a nuclear bomb. that's don't take you away from their life. But I was the panelist, man. I was there about long time. As
Yeah.
everybody. Yeah, man. What's bizarre? I just thought let me just hop on because I know you niggas missed me. So I was like, let me just hop on and see what's been said. But so what's up?
Yeah, we're
Cheating and grits, man. Long time, man.
Niggas.
Yeah, how you doing, Mr. I missed you.
Yeah, man. How you? Well, you're still in the US, right? Have you ever thought about traveling all over the world? Because I know you're in your like late stages in life.
My late what, 80s?
No, late stages. I said stages.
Later stages.
Like I'm just saying because I'm just saying because I've been watching. I downloaded TikTok. I've been watching a lot of these places. You wouldn't even believe it's on Earth, man. Even China, man. Have you ever been to China?
Not China. I've been to
Okay, my brothers, peace and love, yeah. And I'll catch up with you guys soon. Kaizo, look after
Peace
yourself.
out, AI, man.
I love you.
Yeah, I saw this place in China, man. It's called the thing is I have to. It's called it starts with a C something. It's like cyberpunk. It's like lately you living in an anime or something. Saw that place on TikTok. It's actually a real place. They've like trains that like the rails is on top, like a train. You see a normal train, but the rails are on top instead of the bottom. It goes through a house. Man, China is just on a different level, man. And they like black people there. They're not like all these European nations, man. Like Italy or something. They're pretty dope places.
And you saw this is in China?
Yeah, it's in China. In fact, a lot of black people go visit in China, man. I'm just saying. I know that U.S. propaganda, and also I know you said you're in the army, but I'm just saying, man, like you'll be shocked about how fucked up U.S. propaganda is. But like, there are certain places like they won't tell you. Like, I know that U.S. propaganda will make France and Europe, all these places look like visiting places, but those are not safe places for black people, man. I always hear bad things when people go visit in there. The only thing I hear about black people visiting in Asia is how they take a lot of photos and ask to be taken photos with. But it's never like, oh, I hate you, nigga. What are you doing here? Or, like Italy or something. Where they kill you in broad daylight and shit.
No,
So
a lot of people, over here in this region, they usually travel within the country. For some people, going to Florida is a big thing, unfortunately, or going to Vegas. But if they do travel outside, I would say the majority of, I'm talking about Black Americans particularly, they probably go to the Caribbean these days. A lot of them would probably go to the Jamaica and to Puerto Rico and to, probably the Bahamas. Bahamas is right there. So it's not really much of a travel, especially since it's near Florida, or to the DR, Dominican Republic. And these days, for dudes, it's usually Colombia. For dudes, it's usually Colombia or DR, and then Brazil.
Yeah, passport. I saw that passport guy was in a South African advert. What's his name? Austin Holland. He's in a He's in the guest was he got a gig in SA. But now I'm just saying, like you have the power of the dollar, which is so strong. You could. It's so sad that African Americans really don't travel like to a lot of like good countries out there, like countries that you'll be shocked like that.
I met a lot of countries.
I know they go to Italy. I know. Look, just go on TikTok. Just say black people in Italy. I constantly hear black American. And sometimes I get angry. I'm like, why are you shocked? Don't talk about racism. Oh, they don't like black people over here, guys. They don't like black people. This lady didn't address me, whatever. I'm like, why did you go there in the first place? Like, what are you expecting? You know what I mean? But that's the thing. I'm just saying, like, it's just weird to me when people go to this generic places they got advertised on American media, but they don't really go to like other Asia specifically, or even this place. Let me tell you this one place I actually plan on going. It's like basically the Maldives of Maldives of Africa. It's called Nosy Island. Look it up. Nosy Iceland. It's in Madagascar. Hey, that place is beautiful, bro. You'll be shocked. Like basically it's just like Madagascar, but just like Maldives, just cheaper. It's a very
Really, this is
beautiful place.
Nosy Island, you said, right?
Nosy Island, yeah. Nosy Island.
Huh.
It's a pretty nice place, yeah. There's a lot of nice place, man. You'll be shocked, man. Even what's that other place, man? It's like a fairy tale. There's this other. I'll give you a list, man. I'll list. I posted on the group. There's this, even in Turkey. There's some places I want to go. Maybe by next year June. Like there's this Disneyland type of thing that it's also in Turkey. It's pretty because I was shocked because like Turkey is like a Muslim state. No, because I always had this stereotype in my head that like Muslim states are just like super strict and like everybody just forced to pray all day or something, you know. But apparently, I don't know. This is my bias, right? But like, yeah, apparently it's a pretty nice place, man. Yeah, I mean that I'm just saying they're pretty. They allow a lot of alternative things outside of just strictly Muslim stuff. Because I would expect like fairy tale and stuff in a predominantly Muslim country. Why would you have that? You know, I'm just saying like in a predominantly Muslim state, you wouldn't expect like them to show like paganism, basically.
Right.
Yeah.
Turkey is like a weird mix of between.
It's almost like westernized Muslim or something.
Yeah. It's like a mixture. A good mix.
Yeah. But they live their truth though. I kind of respect them. The ones I don't respect is like the EU or like, you know, because I know that there are people that do drugs there, but it's like selective.
Right.
And yeah, like it's always like there it's like you're obviously allowed to drink and whatever. They bring prostitutes and all these things. I'm just saying they don't go to those extremes in Turkey.
Chicken and grits. Are you gonna come to Sudan?
What, come to London?
No, Sudan.
Would you go back? Oh no.
So why would you want him to go to Sudan, man?
No, I've been to Sudan before. But
but why would you go to Sudan? Isn't there a war there?
Right now. Right now it's not good.
Why would anyone go to war? It's like me saying I want to go to the Congo. I know there's a lot of beautiful places in Congo, but there's even check out Masisi Congo. Look at it on your YouTube. Just say Masisi Congo. You'll be shocked. It looks like Greenland in Europe. It's so sad, bro. Like that country is cursed with minerals, so that's why you have all this Boko Haram and stuff. But like it's beautiful. Like the places in the DRC that's beautiful, man. Chitland, I'm telling you, you'll be shocked. Look up Masisi Congo.
Chicken and grits.
I want to come to March. You come where?
Mogadishu.
You know, I know. You know, I probably might get that invitation soon.
Yeah, just what do you call it? Just take a flight with Ethiopia Airlines or Qatar. Take a flight for Ethiopia Airlines. Go to Addis Ababa. Then from there you get a flight to Mogadishu. Then I'll host you in a hotel at first. Then we'll take you to a nice house in a nice area of Mogadishu. You'll have what's it called, lahah and suqar that meat with similar to pancake, I think, with tea, with nice sweet spicy tea. We'll give you a tour of the city.
You know what? I'm going to be looking up the real estate over there. That's the first thing I'm going to be looking at.
The real estate. And I'll take you to the capital Mogadishu. Then I could take you to the second largest city, Hargeisa, which is in Somaliland, the north, but it's part of Somalia anyway. But you could take a look. You could look at. There's many business opportunities there, as business is booming over there, and people and locals are open to you and that. And similar to Sudan, I think you'd enjoy it.
Okay, I'm gonna take you up on that. Definitely gonna take you up on that.
But I advise you to get into contact with your Somali. You know any?
Yeah. Local.
Yeah. Say, I also want to check out Mauritius. Have you ever heard of Mauritius? Mr. Shiklim.
Everybody had.
Yeah, Mauritius. Feel like Seychelles. I think it's a place in Mauritius up there, right? I know it's up there towards West Africa, there. West or North Africa, West or East Africa, somewhere there.
So when you come
So when you come to this part of the
Musunda,
sorry,
when are you coming to the America?
Why aren't I going to the Americas?
When are you coming to?
Or when am I gonna go to the Americas? I don't know, man. It's hey, but Americas is expensive, man. Like I don't know. You guys, like my rent. The thing is, my currency is very low relative to you guys.
No, I mean I'm talking about like going to Japan.
Going where? Like Caribbean. I don't know, man. All those places are a little bit dangerous, man. I don't know. I wouldn't want to go to like a really dangerous place where I don't even know anyone, man.
Jamaica.
Places like that are like too dangerous for me.
Jamaica.
I mean, if I don't know, I mean, fine. We'll say he's the wrong person to take example, but I know Andrew Tate. He made a story about how the drug laws were like robbing him and shit like that, and like because he didn't know anybody. You know what I mean? I get it. He is Andrew Tate, but I also don't know anybody. Like, are you telling me there are no drug laws that like try to extort you for money in Jamaica when you don't know anybody? That's the thing. It depends on where you go. Yeah, no hate. I'm just saying, I don't know about the Caribbeans, man.
Check it out,
though. It's not bad. Do somebody, but yeah, I just feel like it is dangerous. Like, is it industrialized though? Like, I don't know, man. I just started. I mean, I grew up in Africa, but shit, man, I'm tired of seeing unindustrialized things. When I want to go to a place where they some proper structure, something that gives hope. But I don't want to go to countries where it's just depressing. Every day is just suffering on suffering. Because I think that's the opposite with Americans, right? You only want to. I remember this one American guy was talking about. He said the problem he had with going to South Africa was there were too many white people there. I'm like, you literally go to another country just so you see poverty. Like that was his problem. It's like it was all beautiful, but there were too many white people there. I'm like, what the fuck, bro? Like who the hell wants to? Like basically, he was an American. He was a gay American guy. He's associating poverty with African. I was like, so I want to go. If I go to a black country, I just don't want to see poverty there.
No, I just want to. Countries like is pretty good at that. So is Guadalupe. And St. Vincent.
Yeah, plus even currency, man. What do they use over there? Don't they use the pound?
No, they use the Caribbean dollar.
What is it relative to the rand? Look it up. Rand to that currency. See, you tell me what's the ratio. Because you know what I mean? Like, because it depends on our currency, And I also have to apply for visa because, like South Africa is not like it's not widely available to just go to any country. Wait, I want to ask a question. What does visa on arrival mean? It means you apply when you're over there or something?
No, visa on arrival.
I can't hear you, R.
They give you the visa. On arrival at the airport.
Oh, so basically they give you interviews when you're over there?
No. You choose the visa at the airport.
You what? Say that again. What are you saying? I know e-visa. Isn't e-visa the one where you apply on the? Is it the same as e-visa?
No, there's you can apply for the e-visa online, depending on the country.
For example, India is a visa on arrival for South Africa. What does that mean?
They'll give you the visa at the airport. You pay the fee at the airport.
Oh, okay. That's all it means. So basically, it's the same as free visa, but now you gotta pay for it or something.
Yeah.
No, it's not me. It's got the echo.
Oh yeah, it is me. I got my friend on.
Hey, Chicken and Grits, you should run a poll. American tour, and you make good money out of it, my brother.
Out of what?
If you run a tour agency, Chicken and Grits tours.
Nah, man, you should go to Colombia and open old trick, nigga, old
No.
old nigga trick. Let me show you youngsters how it's done.
No, you should call
You must be hearing about the Columbia rumor now.
Let me show you young boys how it's done, boy. Come on, this is how you do piss poor for life.
Musonda, he should open a marriage agency. Go get yourself a Colombian wife, Chicken and Grits marriage agency.
Oh man, Colombia is. I don't know. So Colombia is now the it place for these passport bros, huh?
Yes.
I mean, come on, man. What is Colombia? It's a prostitution house, but it's literally everywhere. It's prostitutes, bro. What do you mean it's a target? Like you give it this image like it was like this wonderful place where there were no prostitutes or something.
Yo, Chicken and Grits, what do you think Colombians think of like foreigners come to their country for their women? That's the same shit in Morocco.
Same thing in Morocco.
Yeah, you got a lot of Muslims that go to Morocco and marry their women as well.
Wow.
Did you know that Morocco?
They do what? Say that again. What do they do?
Morocco is known for marriage as well as prostitution.
They go to Morocco and do what? I don't know, man. You keep your mic it's on and off for me.
Nah, he was saying that in Morocco, a lot of them Muslims go there for Moroccan girls. In other words, Morocco is like Colombia to passport.
Oh, to Muslim passport. Basically, Muslims go there to get wives in Morocco.
Pretty much.
Wait, are they like, isn't that also a Muslim state? Is there like a nightlife in Morocco? I thought Morocco was like a Muslim state.
Yeah, it is, but they have stuff going on.
So there's prostitution in Morocco? I doubt that, man.
I mean, for other Muslims.
There's no way there's prostitution in Morocco.
There's prostitution everywhere,
man. In a Muslim, I doubt. Maybe a Christian state. A Muslim,
it's usually underground.
Unless it's like of another ethnicity. Like in Dubai, I know it's Ethiopian women. You know, it's it's Abby's cousin. It's Abby's cousin couldn't make it to SA. Who's selling over there?
I mean, they have depends on the tier. Certain have a higher value.
He had to get a PhD in economics and she had to sell. Life, man. Hey, Prince. This life.
I know. It is. How did you hear about Colombia, brother?
Oh, of course, it was social media, Clubhouse. And also, I obviously I saw a link and then I followed from that link. It's one of those things that like you see one link and then that link you just click on the channel. I just saw guys I saw this one guy who was saying this thing. I don't know what it means, but he said the Don de Jerez. What does that mean? I forgot what it means. Some guy once told me, but what does it mean? I think he was calling a prostitute. He went to a prostitute and said the Don de Jerez.
Where the women from?
No, he went to a girl. He said the Don de Jerez. The Don de Jerez. On a girl.
Where are you from?
Oh, where are you from?
Yeah.
Oh, that was what I was asking. Okay. I thought he was asking what's her name. It just was. Oh, the Don de Jerez.
Yeah.
What to say that again? How do you say it?
Don de Jerez. Where you from? The Don de Jerez.
Oh, Don de Jerez. Where you from? Shit, but yeah, man, you American niggas, man. They love Colombia. But like, aren't they dangerous? I don't know how like they choose that place. Don't you? I feel like there's a lot of like colors in the place apart where like a lot of these guys go to those countries. Me personally, because like why specific? Like you're going to a country full of people you don't speak the same language as you. Fine, they may be cute in the face, but a lot of them have fake bodies. They're not as literate. Like who the hell says I want to make a prostitute the mother of my child? I don't know. I just feel like
No, a lot of them
I don't
just
know. I
get
just don't feel like it's a rational thing to do.
a
Personally,
lot of them get their swerve on. That's all.
like when people tell me they're going to go there to get a wife, so you're going to a prostitute populated country, yeah, to get a wife. So they'll go to a prostitute populated country to go get a wife. I don't know. I just find that weird.
I mean, I had a friend. Who went to Brazil to get a wife. He did.
You went to Brazil to go get a, so you couldn't get a wife in America. Not saying it's a problem, but I'm just saying it doesn't. Isn't that a little bit weird? Like you went to another country, had to learn the language of that land so that he can get a wife there.
I mean, a lot of people do that. Black, both white and black.
Oh, so instead of going to an English-prone country, he goes directly to one that speaks a different language from him. Clearly, there's something. What does this one? Chitlin, let's be logical here. I'm going to a country full of prostitutes, and that's where I'm saying I'm gonna look for my wife. And then these guys are the same guys saying women ain't shit, they're using us and whatever. Come on, man. Like, come on, bro.
I mean, for some of you, I think you're correct. But for some other guys, for adventure. Those who want to get married, yeah, it is questionable. You know,
Highly questionable.
But a lot of these places do have a significant black and mixed race population. So they attracted to that.
So you're gonna look for that 0%. I mean, you can really go to a country where there's just black people, but no, let me look for the black person in this one country that has the smallest amount of black people.
For example, DR was popular. And DR is majority mulatto.
DR is a population haven house. It's a prostitution haven. That's what it is.
Yeah, what I'm
From
saying,
left to right, up, down.
Population in DR is mulatto.
Basically, they want women they can pay. They don't trust their game. They don't trust what they say. Maybe their entire life in the US. So Tasha was like, "You ain't got no game, nigga." He took that to heart. He's like, "You know what, man? Since I ain't got no game, I'm a rather trick for life, nigga."
What I'm saying is they're going to countries that have a significant black population and mixed race population. They are. That's what I noticed. A lot of them. They're not going to Greece. They're not going to London. They're not going to Romania.
Yeah, but that's because it's expensive, man. Of course they won't go there. It's not by choice. If they have the choice, they'll go for the one they want, the white ones. But hey, they'll get killed. You know, there was this black American guy who got killed in Greece. There was a story about that. He got killed in Greece. Yeah. And these Americans at home, but we in America, we got different kind of healthcare. If you kill one American, we declare war. You know how many Americans? There's an American who died in Cape Town, South Africa. Americans die all the time outside America, man. Even the guys, even in Colombia, black Americans that have died. Like people, I'm just saying, this online people would think people would think America is deploying soldiers because it's protecting them. Like, no, my man. If you're not important, a lot of Americans die outside of America who are not important, who are just like normal tourists or whatever.
I would say this whole tricking with men and women over the world in the United States has been going on since World War II, bro. I mean, you have many mixed Asian kids in Cambodia and Vietnam, both black and white, who were left behind. And some of them are trying to find a daddy in the United States. So this whole passport bro stuff is not a new shit. It's been around for a while.
Can you still playing back the YouTube link or something?
Nah, man, I'm not playing anything back, man. It does just
Well, then why is it
feedback.
echoing when other people talk?
Speak when I'm muted.
Yeah, I'm just saying this is not new. I mean,
No, I'm
and
saying
most
let him speak. Speak when I'm muted. I'm talking to Kaiser.
Okay.
now I was saying this whole
Was
thing.
that? Nah, man, I'm just saying that a lot of you hate those guys, man. Like, just looking. I don't know. I think it's because you have the dollar. That's the thing, right? You're like, you rather take the easy way out. But it is what it is, man. Maybe they should just talk to O'Shea and pick on some Ugandan women or something. Because that's what he's chosen. He's like, you know what, man, I'm not gonna bother with the DR. I'm gonna go trick at some dark skinned Kingandian panelists.
I mean, like I mentioned before, Black Americans look many different ways. So let's say a Black American who looked like Russell Wilson going to Dominican Republic or Brazil. Is it okay or is it not okay for him to go there?
Yeah, it's not. Actually, Kaiser, are you there? I wanted to ask Kaiser something. Kaiser, are you there? So I don't know if
Yeah,
you
yeah, I'm
guys
here.
saw Julius Malema shitting on Ruto in his face. That shit was funny, man. You see the thing, the talk he did.
Julius is one of those people that likes to talk, but he doesn't know how anything works.
Or anything. You guys are his Pan African heroes. This is your hero. Why are you guys clapping hands? This is the guy you claiming hands, Boost. He was addressing, saying, yeah, you Ruto, you're here with the whites. You're working with the whites. Eh? You come here and say Pan African things. Can you mute Chicken? Can you cheat?
Yeah.
Wait, just mute. I just want to say this. He has a problem with you Pan African sayers. You come here saying good things about the dollar. Hey, we don't want the dollars doing this, and then you're over here siding with Israel and whatnot. You are a weak African leader, bro. Like, shout out to Julius Malema, man. You niggas say you want him, now you want to cry about how he should be talking. This is who you want South Africans to vote for. Now you're complaining.
Yeah, so let me make a couple corrections and additions there. Musanda, this whole idea of Pan-Africanism it's a great like storybook to tell your kids like when they're bored, but the reality is we are all integrated in a global geopolitical finance situation. That means we do need the dollar, right? The dollar is the international monetary exchange unit, and we can't create another one in Africa. It's not going to be created anytime soon. That's a fact. Egypt, Sudan, Pakistan, all of them are utilizing the same system. And here's the thing, all this de-dollarization, this is just a myth, right? It's not going to go anywhere. And guess what? Nobody wants it to go anywhere because the dollar is the best system that we have right now. Now, it benefits America, of course, because they created it, but that's a separate discussion, right? So here's the issue. Kenya is not cozying up with the white man or anything. No, Kenya is in partnership with the West, and that's a good thing for Kenya because guess what? There is no alternatives. Right now, Kenya is so broke. The debts have matured, meaning they have to pay up off a significant portion of it and service the interest rates. Otherwise, we'll go bankrupt like Ghana, and our economy will collapse, and basically our currency will become not worth the paper it's printed on. So the reality is Musanda. Ruto is just talking, but he's there's no such thing as Pan-Africanism when it comes to politics because everyone's money is linked to the same system. It's just a nice fantasy. It's an African story dream for a fantasy that's never going to happen. And that's fine. I think what we need to be focusing on is building Kenya's economy, making sure that, we focus on the tech sector, all that stuff we talked about here. But this whole Pan-African de-dollarization, this is a dream that will never happen. If the UK, basically a country that has ruled so many people, is suffering economically, and you think Africa is going to rise, somehow create its own system, no, it's not going to happen.
Go ahead, Darth. I miss you. Darth Vader. Or Darth Tin. What is that? Tenembros? Go ahead, Masanda.
I'm just saying, give me 2 minutes. I'll be right back.
All right, cut off your mute yourself. Okay, Darth Vader, come on. He must be really into the fantasies stuff, the fantasy Star Wars
No,
and
no, for
all that
real.
stuff.
This whole de-dollarization, it's a fantasy because look, chitlins, you're a real man who works in a real estate business, right? You're real as it comes, and you know for a fact that money talks, economics talks, exchange.
What's
If
going
you don't
on?
have the, if you don't have the money to put on a down payment, you're not going to get a bank. It's very unlikely to actually support your purchase. If you don't show proof of income, unless you're part of some kind of multi people, whatever it is, if you don't meet the conditions, you're not going to get a house. Is that true or false?
That's facts, 100%.
Right. Same thing with like this whole Pan Africanism and finance. It's just not going to happen. But let's go ahead. Um,
Go
what's
ahead,
your
Star
thoughts?
Wars.
No, hello, Chasing Grace. I was just saying that I disagree with how you characterize Pan Africanism as well, as if it's supposed to, it's like it's the solution. It's not the solution. Pan Africanism is just like a banner in which, like, all kind of African descendant people kind of like come down to, kind of coalesce on as well. It's just you need to have some kind of banner as well. But the problems are different in each country and each situation. And it's not waving a banner that's gonna fix it. Each problem requires a different solution. For the Black Americans, Pan Africanism was the civil rights movement as well. In Africa, it was the independence movement, but it all falls under that banner of Pan Africanism as well, or being Pan Africanist in a way. But it's not really what you cannot just wave a banner and all that kind of stuff. Any solution or idea that uplifts African descendant people or something that can be considered to be a Pan-Africanist movement or something. There's a reason why even companies in Europe or the UK that are now currently going to Africa seem to be waving the same banner as well. You know what I mean? It's a case. It's something that represents the liberation or the upliftment of African peoples or something. It's something people coalesce on. The banner, it's not the solution because the problems are different, right? You can't use the same. You know what I mean? So I'm not saying what you're saying is wrong. I'm just saying the characterization of it is kind of wrong.
Is that really what you're saying? I don't know. You're creating a false impression, a false problem. Do not all African countries have debt? Do not all African countries have a debt and dollar issue where they can't print it, America can, and they need to use that dollar to pay off the debts and or buy equipment from outside to industrialize. That's the same problem in every African country, is it not? It is.
It's the same. Well, all African countries are in some type of debt, of course, to the IMF and the World Trade and all that kind of stuff. So all African countries are in the same situation, but they are in the situations are different, right? It's not the same entirely, right? So it's different.
Yeah, but the point here is, can't you tackle the things which are the same, and then the different things you tackle differently? But you have to acknowledge there are some same problems.
Yeah, you can. Of course, logically, you should come together to tackle that. That isn't that what it champions as well. At the end of the day, isn't that what Pan Africanist champions? That these issues cannot be tackled by just a single entity, and that somehow it's something that requires some level of cooperation. It's something that requires some level of cooperating between countries. It's something that requires some level of cooperating.
Well, what can they do? How can they help each other together? What can they do?
How can they help? I'm not saying that I'm an economist or something, but it's a multifaceted. It's a very very tough issue as well. Like I say, yes, we recognize that even China itself, as they say, China is so
you're not
integrated in the
asking a
United
question.
States.
You're just saying it's multifaceted.
Yeah.
That's not
China is so integrated to the United States that the Chinese billionaires will not even want to the United States dollar because it affects them as well in the short term as well. So they'll do the Chinese rule. So in the short term, it will affect all those people who are invested in this. But in the long term, to make a long-term decision, you need something drastic, and that's not coming down anytime soon. That's just the time. It's not there anytime soon.
Here's what I'm saying. Darth. Here's what I'm saying. Fine. West Africa becomes one country. Do that. I mean, fine. I mean, I get it. Like, you want to fix something. I think that would give you some level of leverage and a huge landmass. But the question is, this new country is going to now take out a lot of more debt. South Africa is about to implode. The Russia and China are not coming to rescue you. You will eventually bow down to the West. Nah, man, South Africa is far from imploding, man. Nah, man, I mean, it's just yes, man. South Africa was in more debt. Do you know that South Africa was in more debt prior to 1994 before now? In fact, and nobody ever talks about. Shout out to what's this guy's name? Becky. He actually lowered a lot of the debt that we had, because the thing is, South Africa was heavily sanctioned by that time. Our debt to GDP was high. Now it is higher, but that time it was very, very extreme, and we didn't have any input of money coming in because of the sanctions that came from the international world. So we're surviving off like the US for most part.
Let's explore something. Like for instance, how it is that the United States overturned the gold standard that the British pound held over a long time, and now
it's irrelevant. It's irrelevant. Here's what's important. You need dollars. Okay. Here's what is relevant. Currencies are only necessary if those currencies can buy things. The dollar is necessary because everyone in the world is willing to exchange the dollar for their own personal currency in the state.
One second. These guys, after all these shows we've done, still don't seem to understand that basic.
Yeah, you're right.
I didn't get that. I didn't catch that.
Yeah, you're right, Kaiser. You're right. There's no point. Never mind. You don't have to understand. You're right. Like, you've done so many shows explaining. They don't even ask. They just come in and say, "But what about Pan Africanism?" Especially that Kifaru guy, man. But what about Pan Africanism? But let me just tell you, as small synopsis. Basically, the money that the dollar. The good thing about the
you went out.
And once you exchange your currency, once you exchange your currency for the dollar, you can buy things with that currency. So China will only be willing to give me yuan or RMB or RMB only if I have dollars, because they know that dollar that I gave them, they can exchange it for EU currency, for Turkey currency, for any currency. It's interchangeable. It's very easy to interchange. That's the thing about the dollar. So it's not that they just.
But I'm questioning how it got to this state. That's what I'm saying. Like,
it doesn't matter how.
I recognize that that's the state that most, even like I even acknowledge. That's why I say even the Chinese themselves would not want this situation in the short term. You understand? But what I'm saying is, how did it get to this state? How did it get to this state?
Who cares how it got to this state?
It doesn't matter.
That's irrelevant.
No, there's a reason. Hold on. By going to the past, then by going to the past, then you can realize where
we have been explaining how it's irrelevant now. That's
maybe I've not been on
those. I'm hungry. I'm an African, and I don't have a job. I don't want to hear about how the dollar got to whatever. I just want to earn dollars so I can feed my family.
Yeah, well, so what you're basically preaching is that you're stuck in this system and there's no way out of it and all that stuff. There's absolutely there's no way out of it. There's no way out of it. That's what you're saying.
Well, there's no way out of it currently. Currently, there's no way out of it.
Yeah.
Wait, the thing is,
take your time.
Okay. Let me just say this quick. Guys. So yes, be an advantage if West Africa became a country. Technically, it would, because you give you a huge landmass and a lot easier control for one government to have the flow of goods, specifically food, right? So you have access. For example, I'll give you an example with me. I'm Venda. Venda is such a small fucking place, bro. Like if we were something like Lesotho, we would die hungry. The fact that we chose to be part of South Africa is the main reason why I'm an educated black South African on the internet
I got
engineer,
you on that.
right? Because I fall part. Wait. Because Venda now falls part at this large landmass that is South Africa. Then you look into what is South Africa. South Africa is a industrialized complex that sells weapons. So the profit that comes from selling weapons feeds poor children in South Africa, gives them welfare, gives them almost anything. Basically proves the living standard of the average South African relative to what other Africans are living. This is why most Africans run to SA, because they look at the living standards of the so-called poor South African. Poor South Africans are fat. There's a reason for that in South Africa, because they live at an industrialized complex that can generate revenue and attract euro dollars. South Africa can attract more dollars than your country can, because your country, for starters, who does the mining there? Who does the insurance there? Almost all the essential things that bring in dollars, it's being collected by private institutes. Most of the dollars that your country
You went out. You went out. I can't hear him. I know that's up. But what I wanted to if Musanda comes back, I understand what he says. He's back. Are you back, Musanda? No. Yeah, for me, it's like you have to go back to how the United States transferred into the petrodollar from the gold standard as well. You have to identify the situation there. And then that's where potentially the solution is as well for many countries as well, especially if you're countries that have finally become some kind of like integrated economically and all that stuff. Then, and you are kind of resource wealthy, then there must be a way out there to choose another system rather than what you already have. If you're able to defend yourself, if you're able to defend your interests as well, then you can easily choose whatever system that you like. Tell me otherwise.
No. No, the world doesn't work based on what you think should work. Right? I know where you're coming from, but let me make it clear.
Tell me otherwise. Tell me otherwise.
Okay, let me show you exactly why. Okay. This whole Africa Free Trade Agreement, when was it theorized into existence, right? And how come it doesn't exist in reality? What I'm trying to say is, no matter how good an idea sounds in your head, it's not going to work in real life because there are real issues that happens to prevent it. Meaning, right, you have to look at the easiest solution to a problem, not one that is not going to happen.
Now you're talking at a philosophical level about things. I want you to get down to the problematic. Yeah.
Okay. I tell you why it's not going to happen. If you can't even do basic stuff, what I call low-hanging fruits, you think people are going to coordinate themselves to trust other dusty nations with their economic situation? The real simple thing is trust, right? Okay, so Kenya, right, cannot trust. Okay, let me give you an example. You know, the idea is me and Musanda and these guys were talking about creating a barter system.
I'm getting what you're saying.
Barter system for trade, right? Remember that? We talked about a solution is a barter system. You're not using the dollar at all. You're exchanging goods and services, right? But the dollar is only used for setting prices. Guess what? That's what Pakistan told Kenya. Pakistan said, Kenya, Pakistan and also Egypt. Egypt said, Kenya, we want to buy your tea, but we really don't want to spend our euro dollars buying tea. We'd rather use that to spend it to buy something else. So how about we give you something of equal value to your tea using the dollar as a price setter? Pakistan said the same thing as well. They told Kenya, we will give you rice. You give us tea, for example, as a commodity. That's the barter trade that I was going to say. That's the only pragmatic solution you can have for when you still want trade to occur because you need raw materials to push your economy forward. For example, Pakistan really needs tea. etc. Kenya needs food, right? Like rice. So barter trade system is a way to circumvent the Eurodollar system.
I mean, prior to the euro dollar, what did they use to settle
British pounds. British pounds.
British pound or gold?
They use gold. Gold was the first
Wait, Das, what is the point of this matter?
British
I just
pound,
want to just get
British pound of gold.
Das, what do you want to get with this?
I'm saying the United States dollar replaced the gold standard. It replaced the gold standard. They made themselves.
That's the United States.
Das, what is the point? What is the point of that?
You've got no point. The United States has an army behind their navy.
Oh, here comes. Who the heck is this guy now?
United States have an army behind them.
Das, there's no such thing as petrodollar. Basically, the dollar is trusted by everyone, and that's why it's the medium dollar, the medium currency of exchange. It's not because of oil or whatever. That's just the lie they keep bringing. Yes, some people choose to sell the oil. Nigeria chooses to sell its oil in dollars, but it chooses. Listen to what I'm saying. Nigeria chooses to sell its oil in dollars. It's not forced to do that. Those billionaires to sell in dollars.
Okay.
They just
what backs the dollar, Musanda? What backs the dollar?
Oh my God! We already had
nothing. Wait. No. Yes, it's nothing. Nothing backs it outside of the fact that everybody else sees it as valuable. The same thing with gold. Gold is only valuable because other people.
Everybody else considers it of value because of the United States position.
No. Everybody considers it valuable because that's what they just do. And there's nothing you can do about it.
Value because of the United States position in the world.
It doesn't matter why. No. My point is, everybody considers gold to be valuable because everyone else. So, Duff, if you're the only human being on planet Earth and you had gold, that gold will be worthless because you have no one to sell it to. So the truth is, value is only derived out of perception. The truth is the same thing with gold. Is the same thing with the dollar. Everybody else sees the dollar as valuable.
That's not true. Isn't currency money, people? Isn't currency people?
So that's why. Duff.
Okay. No, Musanda. I fully agree with. I was having a conversation with one of my friends and all that stuff. We're somewhere in London and says, "Oh, gold, because gold is very scarce and all that stuff. That's why people have your value." I say, how is it valuable? Really, it doesn't sustain you. It doesn't give you food or something. Somehow people hold on.
It's perception. Yes, it's perception. Yes, the same thing with the dollar. It's just perception.
Somehow people perceive it to be. People put value in it. It's only you have to put value in it. So people back the dollar because of the United States position in the world.
Yes. So because people perceive it as like wait, because it's the only commodity that people perceive as valuable. It's the only commodity I'm willing to have because I can exchange it for real life goods. I can't exchange shillings for real life goods. I can take my dollars and say, give me this gun, and then you give me a gun. I can't give you shillings because what are you going to use those shillings on? You can use your dollar to buy other things. You can use the dollar that you gain from giving me a gun to buy rice, to buy a jet, to buy whatever.
But isn't money dip though? Like the cash dollar?
So yeah, that's what it is.
Okay. Now we're getting somewhere, Musanda. Now we're getting somewhere. So that's good. That's good. So it's all down to perception as well. And so whoever has the power makes the rules at the end of the day.
Can you mute the other guy? Mute.
So whoever has the power, Musanda, then makes the rules. That's the case. Whoever has like ultimate unchecked power makes the rules.
No. Let's make this clear. The dollar is not valuable because America is forcing you to see it as valuable. It just is. It's what another person is willing to exchange. It's based on perception. So gold is valuable not because now I'm saying see this as valuable. It's valuable because you also know that with this gold I can buy other things too. So I know that if I have a dollar, I can buy other things with that dollar, right? I can't buy other things with the rand. I can't buy other thing with Ghanaian currency. None of these currencies I can buy other things with.
Once it was the pound, the British Empire was once it was the pound that was most valuable, as you say, the British pound, the gold standard, and then it switched to the dollar. Isn't that a case of changing of political landscape or geopolitical landscape? Isn't that a change of that?
Yeah, but how does that affect you in your today's lives? That the pound used to be on top.
No. In today's life, we understand that it's already a system. It's already a system that's in place, and of course, individuals will have more incentive to say in the here and now. I know the dollar is more valuable, so I'm not going to. Why would they?
Here's the point. Here's the point. Wait. Here's the big point. You can't change other people's perception. That's why the dollar will always be valuable.
You can change
if you have your Jedi mindset. Wait. If you had Jedi mind tricks where you can tell somebody, listen, for your products, I'll give you my currency. Yes, then yes, that would work. But the thing is, no one else is willing to take your Ghanaian currency because they can't buy anything with it.
Yes, of course.
That's why they want exchange. Yes. That's what I'm saying. It's a worthless discussion to get into because it's all about the other person not thinking about you.
We got down to the nitty gritty. We got down to the bottom of it, right? It's about perception and what people value. And that is not stagnant. That can always change. Correct.
Yes. But that's why Kaizo and I say it's a worthless thing to talk about the dollar and how we got there and stuff. Like the main point is today, that's what it is. And there's nothing
I understand your today kind of situation, as in how you address the today's situation is people have more incentive to buy into the dollar and stick into the dollar because it gains them a lot more. So it's much more disadvantageous, even for the Chinese as well, that they should shoot themselves in the foot and actually choose to stay out of
the smartest thing. So here's what China is doing. China is helping other countries industrialize. That way they can have more bilateral trade with China. So if more people are willing to take renminbi as payment, that will ensure that they have replaced the dollar. It may not be today, but somewhere in the future that might happen, where some alternative currency will.
You have a full understanding of this. So why you even said it? You said it yourself right now. That's the way perception changes.
Yeah, but the only reason the RMB could be able to replace, it won't replace, right? But could be a somewhat alternative is because with RMB, meaning the yuan, which is a Chinese currency, you can buy things in China. You'll be fine. You may not be able to buy things in South Africa, wherever, but you can at least buy things in China, right? Because it's a Goliath.
Interesting. You made another point. Hold on there, Mushanda. Hold that thought. So you say you can buy things in China, in the sense that the Chinese market had developed enough to the point that they didn't need to trade. Other people felt the need to buy into China. The other outsiders felt the need to buy or sell to China.
But they did it through dollars. There's a lot of dollars.
What it means, Musanda, you must have a robust enough market, a secure enough market, a big enough market that other people will want to buy into for your currency to actually be valuable.
Yes, of course.
There's a lot of free prepaid. Look at what I said.
No. Yeah, that's true. So, but the question is, how do you industrialize and become a China? You can't, because most of the world won't allow you to do so. Most of the world has tried to do it. They can't. Why do you think so many developed nations are not trying to do that? Right? It's because it's almost impossible to be a China. China is a dictatorship for starters. China has a total authority on putting development in point A and point B. China has one of the fastest development programs, the reverse structure. So if I'm building something in China, the building is usually finished after 2 weeks. That's China, right? Other nations are not China, man. Let's not. China has like an industrial, has a labor index, meaning their employees, plenty of employees who are engineers, robotists, whatever. Burundi does not have that. It doesn't have the capital, nor does it have the market to allow that to happen. I'm just being more realistic. That's why it won't happen.
Okay. Let's not say like it's impossible. Let's explore the idea. If it's possible, what is it? What would it take to actually get this happen?
Here's my solution. Here's my solution for you guys. I just told you that I'm part of South Africa, and that's what gives me the ability. The truth is, a lot of countries in West Africa need to become one thing. Ghana, Nigeria, whatever, make sure you have a bigger landmass. That way you have more resources on your leverage and you can leverage with the world. The key point is having leverage with the world. Yeah. Look at the sanctions that Europe is doing on Russia. Because of Russia's big landmass and a huge amount of resources, they can't fully sanction Russia. They still need Russia. So that's your answer. Your answer is to be a bigger nation, not one country as a continent. Yeah. But you guys who are unindustrialized. So wait. I'm not done. This is why. So it won't work for a place like South Africa, because the bigger we get, the poorer our currency will be, because of all the debt we'll have to take off other nations. What's important for you country, which is already in debt, which is already in fucked up situation, to like add, because what else can you use, right? Like fine, you will have a bigger debt because of the bigger region, but you will also have the leverage of saying we have a huge landmass and we can feed each other. If you become one big country, you can feed. If you become one big country and you can feed each other, you have leverage on the West. One of the biggest leverages the West has used is food. The ability to not, because they understand majority of Africans they're not farmers. Like you're not like your ancestors. You can't farm. All you do is make speeches, you pray, you build. Basically, unlike you see your grandparents, your ancestors, they didn't wake up every Sunday to go to church, right? They wake up on a Sunday to go farm, on a Monday to go farm. They basically were living to sustain themselves. They have shaped that cultural barrier from you. So most of you, for most times, you prioritize. So they need you prioritize spiritual connections over basically being able to feed yourself. That's why some people would say there are no men in Africa. Technically, you're not a man. If you can't take care of your children, you're not a man. Which is what most African men.
Hold on, Musanda. Let me ask you a question. Bro. Like, pause your mic because there's a replay. Like, put yourself on mute. There's a replay. Right. Okay, Musanda. So we've identified two things. You need the population size. You need the land mass as well. You need that level of self-reliance in order to have some kind of leverage around the world. Say we can choose to be self-sufficient as well, and that's leverage enough. And within that internal trade, if you have somehow, what the Chinese did is that they had the market, they had the population, and then they just basically industrialize and modernize it. So now the greedy Westerners wanted to buy.
No, that's not what the Chinese did. Hold on. That's not what the Chinese did. The Chinese opened their markets and allowed U.S. companies to build shop over there and then paid the people in low wages. That's what the Chinese did. They allowed America to enter its nation and pay low wages. African countries, you don't do that. You not only and can never be like China, because remember during that time, China didn't owe the West a lot of debt. It was poor, fine, but they didn't owe a lot of debt. Africa owe a lot of debt, and for most times, these nations are not planning on building Africa into a China. They want to extract resources. China was when the West went to China, they went there for mass manufacturing. When the West goes to Africa, their mission is for mass oil extraction. They're not going there for manufacturing. This is why you can never be like China, because China is lucky. China was always going to be what China is from the West's point. You guys are always going to be people. I disagree now. Why do you think South Africa is now only country?
I agree with you, but I disagree. I disagree, Musanda, because you are looking at things as how they were back then, but things are not the same anymore. as well. So Africa has opportunity. Like right now, Masanda, I fully understand that the West is fully focused in Africa, not just as a resource extraction place as well. They are seeing the population rise and the rise in population. This is a market that they cannot let only the Chinese consume as well. Everybody's having a play in it. The Russians, the Chinese, everybody's having interest in it as well. So you can choose to deal with whoever you want to deal with. If obviously the situation is all right, like you are already one regional body and you have a unified government.
Why do you think Ghana's GDP was higher than Japan in the 1960s? Where is it now?
It's lower than yes.
Yeah. It didn't grow as much as Japan because Japan had the martial law in its backing. America built Japan. They wanted to make sure about Japan becomes a manufacturing hub. Your countries were never supposed to become a child. Listen. If I'm the West, right, and I have an industrialized Africa, I lose. Because an industrialized Africa would just make products way more expensive for me. Understand this. If Africa ever industrializes, me as the West, I lose. Economically, it's not a good thing for me. It's better to just take resources for cheap. Because if you listen, the moment you listen, look at what's happening in Niger. This guy does a coup, right? After he does a coup, what does he do? He sells uranium for the competitive price. There's a reason why France was buying it for the less price, so that it's cheaper to keep its lights on in fucking France. The moment you put Africa in a position where it's fair, right?
Yeah.
Like, making sure they can whatever, resources get expensive.
Yeah,
that's the problem. You're just gonna make resources expensive.
We understand that, We understand that, But what I'm saying is, that is not the case anymore. That's not the case anymore in the sense that was the case back then, but the game has changed now.
It is the
That
case
they have to
today
actually,
because
they have to actually look at Africa as not just.
It is the case because you have no, nothing has changed. You are still living in the African continent. You are always built for extraction, my man. I'm telling you what's the truth. There's a reason why none of you are industrialized, my man. You think this is by accident or corruption?
Musanda.
Why do you think you have jihadis? Why do you think you have jihadis? Think about it. Wait. Pause,
There's
brother.
many Western companies going to Africa right now building. There's many Western companies going to Africa right now building. Although it's not profitable to be,
I want to ask you this one question.
Companies trying to buy into the African market.
Why do you think so many Africans are able to go to South Africa? It's almost like they're open borders, right? Why is it so easy for Africans to pass our South African borders? Yet, jihadists, Boko Haram, none of these Boko Haram people ever go to SA. Think, my brother, think.
Yeah. You disconnected. Musanda, if you did come back, it's not the same kind of situation anymore. Yes, I fully understand back then. That's the view that Western companies had about Africa, that it's just a resource extraction colonies as well, and that's what they could do. But there's so many different players in the game now, and it's not the same anymore, to the point that Western countries are now going into Africa, not just extracting resources, but also trying to build up the infrastructure, to build up so that they can have as leverage and stake. One example is Huawei, for instance. Huawei was investing so much in Africa in terms of technology and telecommunication space that if it had left that way, it would have been one side of the world controlled by controlling the internet by Chinese companies, and one side of the world controlled by Cisco's, which come from the United States. So the United States interest in impeding that came. So now they have to actually look at Africa as a place to invest in, as a business place. Yes, it's to obviously thwart the Chinese ambitions in Africa. But what I'm saying is this changing dynamics is inviting a lot of people to not just look at Africa as a place to just extract resources. That's what I'm saying, my guy, Musanda. You understand me? You understand me? So that if Africa can sort itself out in terms of in the political space, we can sort itself out in political and choose to kind of coalesce trade policies to the point that they have a situation similar to the European Union and be food sufficient or be self-sufficient, then they could do quite well. That's enough leverage as well. It's enough leverage, especially if you have other partners to work with that could help you in the industrialization process. If you have other partners that could help you in the industrialization process, rather than just relying on the US and also that help, or you can deal with as well, that is going to go a long way in actually advancing your market, in the sense of industrializing your market, or kind of making your market a much more technological trade zone, rather than just a kind of just a kind of simple, you have to build the infrastructure in place. So if they help build the infrastructure in place, that's an effective enough market. And that's what I'm saying, Musanda. That is not just the West anymore that's having its own ambitions in Africa. It's like Africa can choose to deal with whoever they want to. And I don't know why you don't like to accept that fact. I don't know why you don't like to accept that fact. That's all I'm saying. You understand what I mean? But yes, in the short term, I do understand. Many people have the perception is, yes, the dollar is the most dominant currency to use with, and it's the most dominant trade thing to deal with. So in the short term, it affects everybody. I know, sir. But at the end goal, it is all perception as well. And sooner or later, if people veer into China, they will veer towards into China. The perception will change, and that's all. So that's all. So if the United States dollar is dominant, it's cause of perception, right? Come back, Musanda. Oh, Al, you want to come back? Come back, Al. Let's talk about the Senegambia region. Let's talk about Senegambia region. Oh, is Dr. Kizo there? Because I know you've been telling so much lies about the Senegambia region, so I want you to come back and tell me so much and tell me those lies. Yeah, Dr. Kizo, you bitch ass nigga, come back in. Come back here, you bitch ass nigga. And all this shit. Caesar, look around. What's that? The South African sleeve is on. What did it say? Yet none of the loans have built any infrastructure. Yet none of the loans have built any infrastructure. Yes, of course, that's something questionable. That's something questionable. And the fact that none of the loans have built any infrastructure, I doubt. I beg to differ. Different countries, it's a different case. Nigeria lately can celebrate the new, I don't know what they call it, Meridian train line or something like that. So Nigeria can celebrate that. A lot of telecommunications that we use these days come from the Chinese. So I beg to differ that there's no infrastructure as well. Maybe on some major projects there's been some defaults, but I wouldn't say there's no infrastructure entirely. Africa has definitely changed from the way it was a long time back. Africa has definitely changed from the way it was a long time back, where the West wanted it to be as well. A lot of the new telecommunications infrastructure in Africa is built by the Chinese, a lot with Chinese technology, that's for sure. You know what I mean? So yeah, I beg to differ. I beg to differ like that. Many new technological inputs came from definitely China. Now Africans have phones. What kind of telephones do you think Africans have? They're all Chinese phones. Most of them, it's not Samsung, Huawei, or Nokia or something like that. It definitely comes from China. So I beg to differ there, Musanda, as well. Western countries will never industrialize Africa. Of course, they will never industrialize Africa, but they're not the only players in Africa. They're not the only players in Africa. So the dynamics and the landscape has changed. There's many other players that are willing. I think recently Russia said that they wanted to go on a nuclear deal with Burkina Faso. I don't know how that's going to play out, but that's an example of different interests. That's an example of a different interest being interested in Africa. I say, okay, we are just happy. We're just happy the way our countries are. No need to incorporate people from completely different cultures. Well, what does that mean? Sahelians Africans dominant. I don't know what that is. I think Caesar, that means dominant in the sense that the history of the Sahelians in Africa has been more dominant in West Africa, and they've had larger kingdoms and much more complex political systems than the coastal regions. I think that's what it means, Caesar. If you want to disagree, you can come in the panel. Sahelians aren't dominant; they just keep their people stupid. Okay, Caesar. With that one, I can only blame this kind of Caesar. With that one, I can only blame this kind of Islam, this kind of repetitive Islam of like not actually learning, but actually reading things and memorizing things and all that kind of stuff. And these madrasas and all that stuff. So they choose an Islamic education.
Look, I can break down what the Sahelians do. It's brilliant because I think it makes sense. It's just globally, it's stupid, but in that environment, it makes sense. Look, keep the people stupid. Don't let them even learn how to read. So you have an elite group of people that know how to read, that can do other things, and you have 90% of the population. Don't believe the literacy rates they post online. These people can't read. So how are they going to rebel if they can't even read and write? You see what I'm saying? So I think maybe they learned that from the Arabs.
I agree with you.
I think they learned that from the Arabs. This idea of look,
I will keep it
have
short.
an elite class that can
Al,
read.
you must agree with that. To be honest,
no, I don't disagree with him. No, it's not far from the truth. Yes,
it's brilliant, and I think that's the problem. Other Africans don't know that. That's how you keep power. Keep most of the people stupid. They can't even read.
Hold on. I sense deception there. I sense some deception there. But answer it, Al. I see they're trying to be deceptive.
No, it's the truth. They literally can't read. So no wonder they can keep power so well. There you go.
That's not true. When you say,
but the Sahel has been the most rebellious nations of recent. You guys have been the most docile.
But
if you
guys have been the most docile so far.
No.
The Sahel has been the most rebellious.
That not so far. They always have been throughout history. They always have been throughout history.
If
you have no,
10%.
but listen, you listen, right? I'm not being funny, but your group of people been hidden in the forest for so long.
Don't be offensive, Al.
My people have a higher
no. I promise you that.
My people have a higher literacy rate than your people, so don't even try it. I think it's more than triple. Right. So let's not even start it.
No, when it comes to Western education, yes, I am listening.
No, I'm talking about being able to read. Our literacy rates are triple yours. So let's not. Now you want to blame it on West. See how smart they are. They say it's a Western thing. Learning how to read Western now.
Okay. Caesar, hold on. Now, Caesar, you're right. In modern times, yes, the coastal regions, the coastal Christian regions are a bit more educated.
It's not a bit. It's not a bit. You can't 90% literacy rate in a 5.
Caesar, we're not attacking you. We're not attacking you, Caesar. We're trying to have a reasoning here. You come in bit. Just slow down. Yeah, we're not far from where you're coming from.
I'm right.
Is the approach?
Calm down. It's just the point that you made that they are a bit more. The Sahelians are a bit more. What did you say? Easier to rule.
No. That's not what I'm saying. They're able to, it's not an inherent genetic thing, right? I'm not.
It's not inherent.
What I'm saying is they built a system where a small elite group of people have access to external knowledge, while the vast majority of the masses can't even read. This is why power.
Okay. Do you want to go first? Do you want to go first?
Caesar, me, I'm not Muslim, so I can tell I'm not Muslim. I'm from Senegambia, but I'm not Muslim. You know what I'm saying? So we were one of the tribes that still managed to kind of repel Islam. They never managed to turn us and all that stuff. But I have seen what occurs and all that stuff in this kind of like this repetitive madrasas and reading and all that stuff. And this Islam is the only thing. Even when I look on Gambian Facebook and all that stuff, somebody dies. Something, instead of being inquisitive and all that stuff, everybody just says, may Allah grant him Jannah. Nobody wants to look deeper into it. They just say Allah, everything Allah. So that really bothers me and all that stuff. So I think it has something to do with that. You know this, Al. In Guinea-Conakry, something happens, people just go. If somebody dies, 100 people die. They say something about Allah give them jatna or something like that. Say, don't you want to know a bit more about what occurs? So they are stuck in this religious miasma and all that stuff, and it's not helping. So yes, Caesar, you are right. The Christian coastal region are very, very much more educated. But
Western education again. Yes.
But wait, to be honest, right? Oh,
okay. Let me come in after. Okay, yeah, go on.
So let me say this. So when it comes to like, because you have the Timbuktu manuscripts and everything like that. So when it comes to that, when we're looking at these manuscripts, it doesn't seem that there is a literary culture. It just seems you guys are just parroting or copying things that Arabs have done before you. See, like at least with the people in the coastal region, even though they didn't have even though they didn't have a written language. I mean, Insibidi can be something, but they didn't have a written language. But when they get the Latin script, they're writing their own story. They're telling things from their own perspective. The thing is that I don't see a perspective when it comes to people in the Sahel region. It seems like they're just parroting what the Arabs taught them. So it seems like their reading is just utilitarian, but it's not something. It's not an art form. It's an art form with the people who are in the coastal sub-Saharan region.
At the height of the Malian Empire and all that stuff, it just didn't become about just reciting, because some of the stories and philosophies and ideas come depending on the regions and all that stuff. So in West Africa, especially in the times of the medicines that came from West Africa, or the knowledge of medicines in West Africa, they were written about. This didn't come from Arabia. So Africans read their own stories using Arabic concepts and all, using the Arabic writing system, using Arabic concepts. So they documented their own environment as well, along with taking on board what was discovered from the rest of the other world. They also documented, especially in the mystic arts. They documented a lot of the mystic arts and all that kind of stuff.
But is there a story? Is there like stories that are indigenous completely to the Sahel region that do not come from Arab?
Written in our languages? Yes, in written in Fula, Mandinka, Bambara, and the people that listen. Right? Let me break this down. If you're gonna look at the Sahelian people, if you're talking about African history, Black Africa history, you're talking about the Sahel. These are the people that build empires, throughout history, and establish trade route. In fact, these are people in relevant time, today, when it comes to GDP and stuff like that. These are people that achieve way more than we probably.
But I will say, today, I will give them credit though. I will give them credit.
You have to give
in the sense that their regions of Africa was far more forested and jungled, so they didn't have horses and stuff to move around wide landscapes and all that kind of stuff. It was very thick. Yes. You understand?
We do got to be careful though, because with the Sahel region, at least with have you ever heard of the Tariq al-Fatash, or the ones the history is written about Mali and the Songhay Empire? A lot of that is written by Sahanja Berbers. And those are not.
It's not written by. This is all ignorant, man. This is all ignorant. It's written by our people. This is stories that have been told about our people. In fact, if you go to northern Senegal, in Mauritania, and all these areas today in the weekend, these guys, do you know how to go party? They go to like a large living room, playing banjos and their own instrument, talking about their history and their past. Some of them actually reading it and while they're singing it, right? So these are not things that disappeared from. It's not been given by the Arabs or Berbers. These are notes that are written by our people, sung by our people, read by our people today as we speak. So forget about what the Bible's telling you, bro. And also we have the Creole people that will tell you about that. These people will sit there, they're professional storytellers, that tell you, stories from the past.
With the jelly,
connect you to the ancestors.
James Covey, the writing system definitely was Arabic as well.
It was Arabic, but in our languages.
The stories are definitely local, and the knowledge is definitely local knowledge as well.
Thank you. Because those people that came over, they learned from us. It's not the other way around. It's ignorant if you think it's the other way around. They learn from us.
I haven't seen it because everything I see seems to be a Berber source. Or
if you read it, no, if you, exactly, but you come to the real people. Now you're here with the real people. If you go to Senegambia, you will actually find out. If you go to the coast, if you go to these people where you're supposed to get the real source from, you will find out. Don't read it from the outsiders and come here and try
the other day, Mal was just completely reciting me a book about the Mandinkas and their opinions on all the other tribes they were warring against and all that stuff. And it's apparently this is all written down. The Mandinkas is all written down as well.
It's written down. Where's it at? This is part of my history.
Me and you know this had written down things because most of the stuff that I get and the guy that I listen to and people in my family, what the stuff that they read and they had and they have, is a script that comes down from the ancestors from Mali.
How come the Fulas never managed to convert the Jolas into Islam? How come you guys never? How come you never defeated the Balantas, the Jolas?
That's not us. That's the you're talking about the Mane. How comes the Mane never done it? Not us. Because remember, it's a Mane that went to spread Islam on that side.
A good percentage.
Remember the Kante went to Guinea. South of Guinea to Liberia border, but the Mane they came to Senegal area to
I think it was easier for you to conquer. It was easier for you to dominate and conquer the Nigerians because they've never dealt with you guys.
They didn't conquer the Nigerians. They conquered the Hausa. They conquered the Hausa. They didn't conquer the Nigerians.
No, we did not. Don't start that. I'm begging it from you. This is not in part of our culture.
They couldn't come to our part.
This is not part of our culture. Stop that. Stop that. We're not part of our culture. Don't talk about that.
They weren't able to come to our region. It was the Hausa.
It does not matter. It's fine.
It does matter. It actually does matter.
It doesn't matter. Forget it. We're not here for that anyway.
But let's examine an honest fact. Caesar, colonialism happened, obviously a whole lot of tribes in Africa would have disappeared because they would have been either assimilated by bigger tribes or the tribes would have completely disappeared or worn out. So from the looks of it, it seems like the Sahelians were on the march all the way to Ivory Coast and Nigeria.
So let's be very clear here.
We really spread though.
Let's be very clear here. There are large tribes, right? Let's talk about the Igbo tribe, probably the third largest tribe.
Listen, right?
Africa.
I'm not being funny. What empire have you built? Let's just be very clear. What have you done that's so relevant in world history or in African history?
Let me not even go there.
I can tell you.
Let's be very clear. All's tribe has a literacy rate of probably 30%, and he wants to talk to me. What's the literacy rate of your country, buddy?
Caesar. Okay, so
watch it.
My country.
Most of your people can't read any
education,
whether it's English.
My country,
French,
education
Arabic,
is free.
You can't read anything.
My country, education is free. My country, education is free. And also, let me just tell you one thing about you people in southern Nigeria. Don't forget,
are you upset
our
that
people
I called out the literacy rate?
No.
At the end of the day,
let me just give this guy a history.
Are you upset that I called out the literacy rate?
No. I actually love.
Don't be upset about it. It's the truth.
Caesar, listen. I love the fact that a Nigerian guy from the south is actually coming here being arrogant about education. Just leave it alone.
Wait, why wouldn't I be arrogant if my
leave it.
Why wouldn't I be arrogant?
Caesar, let me say one thing. I do respect the Igbos because one thing I've recognized in Igbo people, with my tribe in particular, is that we're very individualistic people by nature. And I really respect that. My tribe is specifically individualistic. And that's not an entire bad thing. Hold on. But Caesar, hold on. But Mandinkas were able to spread all the way from Senegambia all the way to Ivory Coast, and even some of them in Burkina Faso. Like, and Igbos are just in that Nigeria region. Like, come on. Like,
Right.
and the Fulas are all over the other
So
side.
look, there are
Because they can't
11
band together.
Man,
That's the
yo,
problem.
that
They
man,
can't
there are
Mandinka in
11
Sierra
million
Leone also,
Mandinka
they're
people.
in Guinea.
There are 40 million Igbos. So when we talk about big
But
tribes,
this is recent. This is recent census. These are recent census. Not like
Exactly.
your population exploded in recent times. In times
who do you
where
learn
where
that
the
from? Who do you
wars
learn
have
that from,
calmed
Mike?
down.
Who
In
do you
times
learn
where
that from, Mike?
Europeans have completely
Who do you learn that from,
have
Mike?
subjugated
Am I
us.
thinking that?
Well, listen, right? Let me just tell you one thing, Caesar. I'm not being arrogant or ignorant, right? I'm not going to be like you, but let me just remind you one thing, right? You see the country called Sierra Leone today, yeah, is part of the Fouta Djallon Kingdom. The north of Sierra Leone was part of the Fouta Djallon Kingdom. When the British, that educate you in Nigeria, came to West Africa, they came and met our ancestors, yeah, that was first exposed to the language, English, that you boasting and speaking of today. So over the years, we managed to establish a fort to stop selling, Nigerians stop selling their people to the Atlantic, right? So we rescued them. We rescued some Igbo guys, some Yoruba guys, and some Hausa people. And some Hausa, Yoruba, Igbo, Hausa, and yeah. And what happened is over the years, Mr. Caesar, we educated them well. We actually those that wanted to go to Nigeria, we actually helped them make a settlement. Let me just finish. We helped them make a settlement.
Who is we? Because
Let me just finish.
Sierra Leone was controlled and dominated by Christians. So who is we, Al? Who's we?
Oh, you see, this is how arrogant you are. Sierra Leonean Christian came to Sierra Leone. They met the Muslims there. Do you understand
and
me?
don't they dominate the country?
No, but let me just let me just finish. You don't know. You can't listen. Do you want to be educated or not? Do you want to be educated or not?
You're not. Do you know I'm not stupid? Sierra Leone is dominated by Christians. So who is we, Al? Because you're not a part of it.
No. Are you having
look, Caesar? I may be arguing from another point, but really and truly, I am thankful. Caesar. I am thankful that the rest of West Africa still has a lot of Christians in. Otherwise, these crazy motherfuckers would have just run amok and all that. I am thankful. I'm thankful we have Nigerians and Ghanaians as Christians.
No, he thinks I'm stupid. He says we, as if I don't know that Sierra Leone is dominated by Christians.
You're not listening.
So who is we, Al? You're not a part of it.
Sierra Leone is not dominated by Christians.
Yes, it is.
If you ever tell
that's you know what's funny?
True.
You're the person that told me
just
that all the
talking lies
because Sierra Leone is
yes, but it doesn't mean they're dominated by Christian. It's a different thing.
So why are you saying
the majority of tribes in Sierra Leone are kind of not, they're either animist or not necessarily Muslim. The Temni, the Susus, those ones are
we don't have that much. We don't have tiny minority. But let me just make this clear, yeah. What Caesar don't understand is, yeah, just because we have Christian leaders, yeah, being elected by Muslims doesn't mean the Christian have power over the Muslims. If you look at the whole system in Sierra Leone, how Sierra Leone is, it's because they have tolerant Muslims that have tolerance in them, towards Christians. Yeah, we're very tolerant people. And I'm trying to explain to you about. I'm trying to explain to you, about the country. Okay. No. Let me talk to the audience because you're not listening. So over the years, you don't know nothing. You sound like it anyway.
No, you just say
over the years, we settled Igbos, Yorubas, and Hausas. That's Sierra Leone. Sierra Leone as a nation, as people, Sierra Leone as a nation, as people. Let me just finish then. Then we send them to Nigeria to educate the other people. And let me just remind you, right? And let me just remind you, majority of the Yorubas, they call them the Adiramani. You know the mosque that you got in Guinea-Conakry, yeah, is the same mosque that they have in the same place that they went back to in Nigeria. And also, these people still left a mark in Freetown. And let me just finish.
No,
they left a mark. No, listen. So when you sit in there and talking is just Christians, You don't know what you're talking about.
Al,
So, and also we got Hausa Mosque in
calm down,
Freetown
man,
that was
calm
built by these people.
Al is trying to tell me
Al,
that
calm
his low literacy tribe educated
from-
my
from-
high literacy
No,
tribe.
I'm trying to tell you,
Al,
my
Al,
people
calm down, bro.
educated your ancestors
Thank
that
you for
sitting there
educating my
claiming to be
ancestors.
educated.
But Al,
And you're
calm down.
insulting
Al,
my people. You have no shame.
Al, you don't see a benefit here.
Okay, you know what? I'm going
let
to
me
calm
tell you,
down. I'm
Al,
going to calm
listen,
down, but
Al,
you don't understand.
Yeah,
From the Mali Empire to the way to the beginning of Nigeria being English, my ancestors and our people got something to do with it. Yeah, do you understand that? And you cannot deny the fact.
Hold on. Al, look, right? You don't see a benefit here. The height of Sahelians being very tall, and the stockiness of coastal Africans, that mixed together creates the premium black, as in the black American type of black people. Why do when you look at Ivory?
I understand that. When
you look at Ivory Coast, you see they're very big and tall. So when you mix those kind of Western Africans from the Sahel who are tall and the stocky Africans, these East Africans could never get us, bro. They will never be there.
I understand that. I understand that. We've been doing that for years in Sierra Leone. That's why if you look at us in Sierra Leone, we're more taller than those in Guinea today because we're more.
You mix a short, stocky Ghanaian with a tall.
Yeah, look at they're tiny. Look at Ghanaians; they're small to us. If you see a Ghanaian guy, he's actually on my belly button.
See, Darth, here's the only reason why I jumped in. The prompt,
and they got ugly, and they're so ugly, bro. They're so ugly and small.
If we want to,
these are the people that we don't go near, bro.
But the problem I have is I don't want to mix with people. Okay, if their ideology is look, keep the masses stupid, we'll control them. What they don't realize is the world is
now you're talking a bit of sense. I can talk to you now. If you're gonna talk on this aspect, and then I understand.
So the rest of the world is moving forward. So while you think you're doing, look at Niger, a country where the literacy rate is probably 17%, right? This small elite control everything. They think they're doing something, right? But the rest of the world's moving forward. So while the rest of the world's adopting AI and going to space, you have your 17% literacy rate, and we're going to call that dominant? Go figure. So maybe I should start my own community where I keep everyone stupid and call myself
Caesar, Sierra Leone, we are the third largest population in Sierra Leone, right? And the Mandinka. Just to remind you that, so we have Mandinka in Sierra Leone also. But basically, Sierra Leone education is free. University is heavily subsidized. It's like $300 a year.
Thank you to the Christians that are in charge. That's why they're doing that.
Oh my God, there's no Christian. What's wrong with this guy?
Caesar,
does he understand
the reference?
You guys should start doing that in Nigeria. Increase
this. You are so naive.
You want to know what happened in Nigeria?
Caesar, the reference.
Wait, Darth, let me tell you what happened in Nigeria.
Hold on, Caesar.
Wait, let me finish this. The southern governors had to come together and force the northern governors to make school mandatory. That's how bad it is.
Okay, let me ask something, Caesar.
That's how bad it is.
Let me ask something, Caesar. Hold on, Al.
Oh, Caesar. This guy is so stupid, man.
Caesar, if Europeans hadn't intervened in Africa and colonialism never happened, who do you think will be the most dominant force in West Africa, Sahelians or you guys? Okay, considering the type of warfare.
We still are the most dominant. We are still the most dominant, but he cannot see it because he's so blind.
So, Darth, cannot see it. There's no such thing as you guys, right? I think the Fulani would have conquered the Hausa because I think they did that before the British came. When you're talking about the Igbos, we would have done our own thing. They couldn't come to us. The Yorubas would have been their own thing. I think the people who are in charge now would have stayed in charge.
I want one man to come in here so that I can beat it.
Why do you still get on the Fulani? Why do you still get on the house?
I want one man to come in here.
Why do you talk about Biafra all the time? Why do you talk about Biafra all the time?
I didn't use the word Biafra.
Caesar, why? No, but I'm just saying. Why do you talk about Hausa, Fulani, and Biafra all the time?
Because these are the major tribes in West Africa. If you look up the largest tribes in Africa, those are the three largest.
That's because the Europeans stabilized the fucking situation. If it wasn't, you guys probably would have been towards extinction by now.
No. Darth, I'm sorry.
Yeah,
but the reason why is because that region is very fertile. So if you look at Egypt, the Nile River.
Do you know in the Malian records it's written that Yorubas are actually the ones who make the best slaves in Malian records? They actually
they used to slave the Yorubas, yeah. For years,
You know that.
I don't know anything about that.
Yeah, they used to slave them.
The Yorubas make the best slave during the Malian times.
All I know is the largest tribe in Africa would still be the largest. The only thing that would have changed
topic, man?
is the Benin Empire. The British took out the Benin Empire. The Benin Empire was dominating southern Nigeria, and if it wasn't for the British, they probably would have dominated all of southern.
But if you can talk about the Benin Empire compared to the Mandinka Empire that spread from Senegambia all the way to Ivory Coast, even to Ghana, and the Fulanis that spread all the way to Nigeria. So we really traverse the region further.
Exactly.
But it's only lateral.
It's
only on a horizontal slant. It's not even on like a southwest. I mean, a southwest.
Is a whole chunk of the whole zone. Is the almost entire of the West Africa.
But that's the thing.
I was surprised to get in Ivory Coast. I was surprised to get in Ivory Coast. They have the Mandinka names in Ivory Coast.
That's like twice the size of America, bro. Almost.
Yeah. But the point is that the horses couldn't get into the south. I
give them that. The horses couldn't get there.
Yeah, they was digging up. Yeah, you were digging up still.
So y'all might have met a match.
Who knows? Maybe the Yorubas could have mounted a kind of rebellion out in the
only in Oyo. No, but only in Oyo. Oyo was on a similar playing field as you guys.
That's why you have the Oyo and the Ilorin. You know, the Ilorin and the Oyo. They had a war, didn't they? You know. And obviously they had to get the.
But when you look at it in terms of war tactics and kind of like
the Fula, the Mandinka
war tactics and weapons and all that kind of stuff, you know, it's kind of different, isn't it? War tactics and weapons. But then I suppose if you get into the jungle, it's going to be jungle warfare. So your war tactic is going to change. So it will probably favor the coastal people better as well, because it's all about
that did not stop
and the Portuguese brought the firearm. That was the other.
Yes. If you get to the coast, it becomes guerrilla warfare.
That did not stop our ancestors. That did not stop our ancestors get Sierra Leone and Liberia, though. Is it? Huh? And Ivory Coast, bro. Come on, those areas are deep forests, bro.
Hold on. Did you get Sierra Leone and Ivory Coast because the Temini and all these tribes?
No. Remember, we pushed it. What happened is the Yalunka pushed the Temini out, and we pushed the Yalunka out. But the Temini pushed the Bulong from the north of Sierra Leone.
So here's the thing. So Flex Up said Edo, Yoruba, and Igbos. No, they wouldn't have. See, the way they work is they use Islam to hijack tribes. We don't have Islam, so they could have never infiltrated us. That's the thing.
Right. Nah, it's nothing to do with Islam, bro. You don't understand.
Islam is part
of it.
Wait, let me say Islam destroys the culture, though.
Listen, it's to do with when the household. Let me tell you this one thing. Yeah, you say when the household.
Propaganda.
You say when the household.
Everything you say is propaganda, man. It's crazy.
Yeah, well, when the household, how is it propaganda? Because you don't want to hear the fact. It kind of hurts you.
Why?
You get emotional.
But to be real, when you make the claim that the what do you call it? The Yoruba and these people were taught by the Mali Empire. That still don't make any sense.
Exactly.
You don't listen. That's not what I said. That's not. You're not listening. That's not what I said. What I said to you is. What I've said to you is. But you're not. You're not listening because you stop.
Let him clarify.
Calm down.
His tribe has a literacy rate of 30%. My tribe has a literacy rate of 90%. His tribe educated my tribe. Are you kidding me, bro?
I said, why are you referring to modern times? We know modern times.
He don't understand. He don't understand. His tribe used to work for us back in the days.
What? So you're just trolling.
This is crazy.
Yeah, but listen.
Fuck you, Al, bro. Fuck you. Fuck you, man.
I'm just joking.
I'm arguing against my own interest, bro.
I'm just joking. I'm just joking.
I will prefer more Nigerians in West Africa. I know.
Of course you do, because when we come, we start businesses. When Igbos come somewhere, we build businesses.
We want more Nigerians.
We don't build churches or mosques. We build businesses.
Yeah. That stop that rubbish, man.
I got a question. Hey, how y'all doing, man? Peace of Pan-African power. I want to ask Keizo because I heard it earlier. When Keizo said Pan-Africanism is just a dream. Let me ask you, Keizo. How is I guess Kenya could catapult itself to a big economic power without Pan-Africanism? I want to ask you that.
By using the West, that's the only way forward, man. Pan Africanism is a dead dream.
By using the West, that's very.
If you listen to the conversation that we're having,
and Africanism.
I listen to the
If you listen to the conversation,
my guy, Africans is fighting over who is better, bro. They're really doing the North.
But see that's why I warn you don't start. It's your fault, you know that.
No. But this is
fault. You started this, bro.
No, it's just. I want to address one man. No, I want to address one man. One man has always been championing Yoruba supremacy. Yoruba supremacy. And I'm like, this guy. Do you know? Look,
do you know your people used to work for us?
Yoruba supremacy.
You don't do that. You don't do that. Honestly,
okay,
you know,
let's talk
this is the reason why I'm strong.
Guys, let's talk about the past 150 years. How about we do that?
I just
told you.
I just want to know that answer that Kazo gave, it was very bland. It was very general. So that really didn't answer my question.
Get Kizo. Get it.
We're just gonna use the West. That's how you're gonna do. Okay, all right. That's
what China did.
Okay, so
they did a lot more than that, but
okay. But anyway, what I was saying is, you know, a lot of the people, whether they're Muslim or Christian from Sierra Leone, years ago, they managed to migrate to Nigeria and set up towns like Rivers and Lagos over the years and establish educational system and so on, and move it on to Nigeria. This is well documented. It's well documented. Now I'm done.
Why don't you build your own area? If you're so good at building civilizations, why don't you build your own area?
Do you know Sierra Leone was really a stable and really middle income country before the Civil War.
So you built all of West Africa except your own country. Damn, ain't that?
You're not listening. You see, you don't listen. We had Sierra Leone was a very middle income country, yeah, where I saw a lot of Nigerians come. You know, they work there. I saw Ghanaians come there. They used to polish shoe, you know, like shoe polishers. Yeah, we've seen them come over there. Over the years, they acquire a Sierra Leone passport because it actually enabled them. It also enabled them to travel to the UK without visa and stuff like that. You know what? I think you're completely deluded, bro. I know for a fact until 2004 when Valentine Strasser took over. You see the current president now, Julius Maada Bio, when his government came to power. That's when Valentine Strasser declared visa for British, for British citizens.
Niger girls, they got nyash, and that's all we want. We care about that. We don't care about
big batty. Nothing else. The rest of it, keep your fufu and our jollof rice we gave you. The rest of it.
But Al, you have to
make sure you wear our clothes right.
Hold on, Al. When I went to Senegambia recently, right? One thing I noticed is a whole lot of people are skinny. Mandinkas are not known to be skinny. They're known to be very big and tall. So I've watched. Is it because the Mandinkas are marrying too much into the fulas now? They become very puny. They become very puny. I look around and I say, why is everybody puny now? People used to be like,
do you know the Mandinka and the Fula been married for fucking more than how many years since the Mali Empire?
But Mandinkas used to be some big, tall, guys.
Even the Fullers used to be tall, but we start marrying into the coastal tribes.
You guys are puny.
No, I don't see. See, the Sahelian Fullers are tall, but the Fullers in the coast are short because they married into the coastal tribes. This is what happened.
This guy.
This man is propaganda. All the propaganda.
Do you know why you talk about propaganda?
I don't know, but everything you say is propaganda. Nothing you say is backed by anything. You just talk.
Well, it's a fact. You can Google the height.
Thank you, Sierra Leone, for building Nigeria.
Average Fulani.
Thank you, Sierra Leone, for building Nigeria.
Can you? Well, you know what? You think you actually more educated because you live in the south of Nigeria. You went to a school that was provided by the Nigerian state, and now you think you're better than the other West African that educated your
brother,
in modern times, the coastal regions are definitely much more educated as well in terms of in the Western way. In modern times.
Listen, we in Sierra Leone, we're not living in the middle of the Sahel. We live in the coast, right? And I just listen to me, right? Adat, yeah. I will, between me and you, wallahi billahi tallahi, I will swear to my anything and my own life, yeah. I'm talking directly to everybody here, yeah. If you go back to Sierra Leone, my dad's older brother got 48 primary schools and 12 secondary schools, yeah. And there's so many politicians in Sierra Leone that actually went to that school, right? And also we got one in Nigeria. Yeah.
You know what, Al? What is funny is in the administration of Gambia.
So
the British
when I hear someone like that guy there, it's just he's a comedian. Yeah, go
hold on, Al. Hold on.
Yeah.
In Gambia, the administration of Gambia, the governor sat in Sierra Leone, but he administered the Gambia. So if the governorship of the Gambia is in Sierra Leone, the
Sierra Leone governor,
Sierra Leonean people would have been educated into the British system. So the Gambians were just like benefiting from the British by proxy. Even when I was still in Gambia, we had a lot of Sierra Leonean, Nigerian, Ghanaian teachers. We actually had the Nigerian, Ghanaian teachers that were actually teaching. If you went into more English schools, and then you had a whole lot of Muslim schools in Gambia, just like that and all that kind of stuff. You understand what I mean? But my case is different, Dr. Kejo, you dickhead, because I grew up in the UK. Fucking dickhead.
But you don't understand here. This guy don't understand. You see the narrative I get from them. Yeah, they think because they got.
It's not a narrative. It's true. I hate when people say. Tell everything I said. I want someone to call me and say what I said wrong.
Do you know what? Yeah.
The way they keep power in the Sahel is very simple. What they do
Sierra Leone is not the Sahel, you dummy.
They only teach them religion.
Sierra Leone is more coastal than where you come from. So when you have a group of
people where only
listen, I was born less than 3 miles away from the Atlantic Ocean. How dare you call me Sahel? I was born 3 miles away from the Atlantic Ocean.
This is how they keep power. So whenever there's an election or something, they can say whatever. People can't even read, literally. So they get to control. They get to control how people think.
Do you know what, Caesar? Caesar, I will Caesar. That I would love to bring this guy, to West Africa, for him to meet people. What you see? What? Okay, let me get to the point. I don't blame Caesar. I don't blame Caesar. Do you know why? I don't blame Caesar. Do you know why I don't blame Caesar? Because he's from Nigeria.
No. Let's just Google literacy rates to prove me wrong. That's how they keep power. I'm not stupid. I realize.
No, listen. Oh God, listen. Can you listen? Can you listen? Not to hold your nerve.
I really think we should consolidate all the tribes.
It's actually brilliant. That's how
Caesar, we're willing to admit Caesar, we're willing to admit that yes, the coastal regions have a lot more educated population than the Sahel. We're willing to admit that. But I'm saying, Caesar, had the intervention or European colonialism happened, which tribes would have been dominant in West Africa?
Here's the problem. It's not.
In what way? What do you think? What's the definition of dominant? That what in what way?
The reason why the
there's many ways. There's many ways in terms of
because you can have education. Education does not guarantee. Education does not guarantee domination.
Hold on. Dominant in terms of military, propagation of military, propagation of land, propagation of culture, propagation the spread of all these things. Culture is especially important as well. So Caesar,
how are they more dominant? So let's go by dominance. Let's start with dominant. Let's start with dominant, right?
What is the most dominant culture in Northern Nigeria? Is in Northern Nigeria making the biggest population?
I think they are dominant. You can't say
exactly. Exactly. That's what we're trying to explain to you. But you come in here and trying to bring up the Western education
why
agenda.
They are dominant. So when you have a small elite that control a large group of people and use religion, you even use this is how you get to heaven.
I agree with you.
Okay. I agree with you on that. But I said I'm gonna come back again, and Caesar, and keep repeating myself because that's what you want me to do. I agree with you on that. I'll give you a good example, right? So when the Mali Empire crumbled, the problem the Mali Empire children had, in the coast, is these people, they were independent farmers, right? Because Mali Empire, they used to be up there, like they're elite, right? Even if you go to Liberia now, like some of their notes, the historical writing that they say, they always talk about they saw the tall, handsome Mandinka guy and the tall, handsome Fulani guy, because they used to travel from the Mali Empire to those coastal area to trade, on their horses, that's what they used to do. But basically what they realize is these people are more independent people. They don't like to be, that's a struggle that they had when they settled there, because there are early groups of the Mandinka and the Mande group and the Fula that settled along the coast long time ago with these coastal tribes before the Mali Empire invasion, right?
Basically, so what he's saying is that you guys were the pygmies of West Africa.
They were the pygmies. They're small people.
Joking,
That's what I'm trying to say. That's the reason why. That's the reason why the coastal
no, Al, they're not the pygmies. They're not the pygmies, man. These guys are. Look, it's
no, they
just
came from Congo. No, a lot of the tribes in the coast came from Congo. That's no secret. We all know that. The Congo tribes.
Bantus, is that what they say?
They're
Bantu. Don't forget Mandinka conquer a lot of Bantu tribes in the region.
So the Yorubas came from Congo?
No. Listen, the Yorubas are Niger Congo, Igbo are Niger Congo, Fula are Niger Congo, Mandinka are Niger Congo. We all one race. But the reality is, the way some of us, that came in first, like some of the coastal tribe, actually don't really belong to that area. They came from Nigeria and started fishing around.
I think Yorubas were not pygmy though. Yorubas were not pygmy, but Yorubas were like an in-between.
Yorubas are more between us and them.
They're not between us
and them. Yorubas are between us and them. You can see it.
You can see when you look at them.
You can see it, bro. Come on, man. Yeah. Some Yoruba look like Fula. Some Yoruba look like
you know what's unique about Nigeria? It's like when you have human beings like in these riverine areas, India, China, it produces the most weirdest genetic amalgamation of things. You have Igbos with square heads and Yorubas with triangle heads and all that. If you mix that together,
do you think that's the secret to our brilliance, that Nigerian brilliance? Something about that river. I don't know. Maybe.
I think the term Nigerian is the same river that runs through Nigeria, which the many different rivers also run through Mali. You got that Niger River.
That's
why the Niger River comes through there.
Yeah,
that's where it comes from.
Civilizations explode. Civilizations explode. Yeah. Hold on. Civilizations explode where there is riverine areas, just like in India, the Indus River, the Indus Valley, in China, the Yangtze River, and in Niger, the River Niger. That's why you have the civilizations in Mali, and now Nigeria is having a population boom and all that kind of stuff, and it's producing so much genetic variance and variability and all that kind of stuff. Because of that, Nigeria is a very, very diverse genetic place. I'm telling you, it's not.
That's what's helping them
than any other place.
That's what helping them. But they don't respecting that and appreciating it. They're seeing it as a curse, and at the same time, it's gonna affect them because there's no cohesion.
Well, it is a curse. We have people like your mentality in the country. Yeah, that is a curse.
I don't live in Nigeria. I don't think
Thank God you don't live in Nigeria.
People like your mentality is the reason why your country is fucked. That's the problem.
No. Your people are the one running it. That's the funny part. His people are the one running it.
How is my people running it?
How did you let those people run it? If more people like you.
How is my people running it?
Here's their whole.
It's funny how y'all allow a lot of this shit to go down in Nigeria that y'all do.
Here's their play. They control.
You need to speak to the Hausa. You need to speak to our Hausa brothers.
James, let me tell you what they did in the last election. They told them if you don't vote for a Muslim, it's haram. When they say something is haram, they say you're going to hell. So this is how they control these people, and they can't even read.
That's the dust. That's the dust that's kept the Sahel region really behind.
They say, look, if you don't vote for a Muslim, it's haram, literally. So
I know that
compete with that. In the
South, they believe that.
It's Caesar. You see, the problem
Let
is.
me ask Al a question. Has Islam looking at the end result? Has Islam been the benefit for African black peoples as a whole in general, or a negative? Or has it been a net benefit or a net positive?
I think it's been mixed.
That's honest. That's a good honest answer. I'm gonna just stop there. If you say that, I'm okay with that. If you say it's mixed, so I can't say Christianity.
So James, to answer your question, we can't compete with that because it's like when you tell someone don't vote for this person or it's haram. In the South, what are we gonna play? Because we're trying to use logic. They're just saying, look, you go to hell if you don't vote for a Muslim. So how do we compete with such an ideology?
I outbreed them.
Well, they're having dude. You don't know what I saw in Nigeria. You have beggars
that are household and they have 7 kids and they're begging. The woman is pregnant. She doesn't have money. She has a kid on her back. She's begging.
Caesar.
In the South, we don't do that. In the North,
Let me add on to what you say, Caesar. 100%. You guys right now are definitely far more advanced in terms of. Well, I use that word very. I use that word very reservedly. But you guys are very much more advanced. Like, let me put it. When you have in the cities, people in the cities are far much more. The city is more condensed. There's a lot more human interaction. That human interaction leads to much complex interactions, complex societal behaviors, and all that stuff. So Nigeria, having that huge population, has a very complex situation, more than somebody who comes from a village somewhere in dusty Senegambia or the Sahel or something like that. So people will understand how human beings behave at a higher level in a city better than a village. So Nigerians, for sure, will be definitely more highly advanced and all that kind of stuff. And I use that reservedly, very reservedly. But I will say, yes, Nigerians understand human complexities a lot more better than Sahelians.
All I'll say is, James, we've given up. I think they win. I don't think you can compete with such an ideology. I admit it. You can't compete because there's no rationality. How do you compete unless you also convert and then try to debate with them on that level? But outside of that, you can't compete with them because they don't want to go to hell.
Where is the population? The population's in the north or is it in the south?
It's mostly in the. It's like let's say 60-40. Let's say 60-40.
In the coast, it's in the south.
Yeah. So the south has more people.
Yes.
I don't think the south has more people. I think it's 60-40.
Nigeria has a bigger population than most of all of West Africa. Nigeria alone itself.
Yeah.
So the population of West Africa is for Nigeria. Nigerians are now like flooding everywhere. I just hope the I just worry about the genetic side of it. Like I hope the amalgamation creates something better, we don't want to have triangle heads, square heads.
Nigeria, yeah. What I see Nigeria is a big overpopulated village with oversized population and less land for them to even breathe on. But then, they got problem with land. Yeah, they have, they actually start looking around and thinking who is more, native to the land. We need to make more space. But at the same time, they insult people that have land to offer to them in the future. But anyway,
what I'm trying to say, Nigerians are talented, though. Nigerians, Yorubas, they're full of talent.
Yes, Yorubas, they are. They're very talented.
People.
They're very talented.
So
everywhere.
It's not a benefit. They're very talented to the genetics of West Africa.
Don't give any discredit to our people. When the Ebola hit West Africa, yeah, when Ebola, I repeat this because that is one disease that will wipe out the whole world. When Ebola hit West Africa, right? Which country was making the testing? Which country was making the testing kit for Ebola?
It was the Nigerians and that.
Come on, man. Where are you from? Are you really from Senegal, brother?
I didn't know. Oh, it was Senegal. I don't know. I didn't know about the Ebola. All right, tell me about it.
Yeah, the Senegal was the country that was making this testing kit when coronavirus came. Yeah, listen, Nigeria is this massive population, no doubt. It's going to benefit them, no doubt, right? And they got oil, no doubt, right? But if you come to living standard. If you come to living standard, Nigerians do not live any better than the average Sierra Leonean, average Guinean, average Senegalese, 100%. Yeah, so in fact, we probably have a better living standard than these guys. So I don't know what you're talking about, fam. Definitely, man. Families in Nigeria. And I know someone that lives in
but the level of competition in a highly dense area is far more.
I hate to disappoint you guys. So wait, here's the thing: if you look at the HDI, right, of Nigeria, it combines the north and the south. If you just isolate the south, I mean, we're way ahead of the rest of West Africa. I'm sorry, just a little bit.
So what's your GDP from the south and the north? GDP between the south and the north. Let's Google that, man. Let's put you out.
The total GDP, probably 75% of the country's GDP. Probably about 75%.
No, between the north and the south. The north and the south. Let's Google it. You just can't make it up.
Google it.
Kaiser, can you show? Yeah, Kaiser, can you show something?
We can Google it. Lagos by itself is 50% of.
No, forget about Lagos. Lagos is not.
Then the rest of the south, because you remember the oil is in the south.
One man come here tell us about Yoruba.
Well, we can Google it. 75% of Nigeria's GDP is in the South. That's a fact. In fact, it might be
come on, tell us about Yoruba supremacy. We're getting to you, bro. Like Yoruba are these Yorubas the size of human beings. Yorubas are the size of human beings. They're the starting of culture. And
don't start war between I don't want to war between Yoruba mandika.
I know where one man is coming from. I know where he's coming from exactly and all that stuff. But I need him to just explain himself. Yorubas are the start of culture.
The Yorubas have a very authentic African identity. Would you believe that
they're great people, just like all our tribes in West Africa?
Let me ask you a question. How did Ebola slow down in West Africa?
Because no. Listen, Doubt. Let's not discredit our people. The dusty Sierra Leonean, and West African. We the dummies and the poor and the ill-educated. And the ones that Islam, kept in poverty for so long, but we all rush to go to Nigeria for work. But sadly, all we see is Nigerians coming to our areas to look for work and make money, But unfortunately, how we managed to get rid of that? Because we had good healthcare, public health sector in Sierra Leone and Guinea.
Wrong.
Wrong.
That's not.
We had
so let me tell you guys
public
why.
Health sector.
So that's
the
not
public
why.
health sector was quite active.
The reason why Ebola did not spread.
Because we're poor, we're Muslims, we don't read, we don't know nothing.
No. The reason why it didn't spread in Africa is simple. Because Ebola, even in the West, dramatically affects older people, right? People who are obese, people who are above the age of 60. So what do you do when you spread it?
I'm talking about Ebola, not Corona, you dummy.
I'm talking about fuck. I thought you okay, you got me. I thought you were talking about Corona.
Click off and click back in, man.
No.
Normally,
why would I click off?
No, Caesar. What were you talking about the Yoruba?
I'm joking.
Finish your thing about the Yoruba. What were you saying?
About Europe? What about Europe?
The Yoruba.
Oh, the Yoruba have a beautiful history. They believe that their civilization started in Ife. Oduduwa fell from the sky and founded the Yoruba civilization, a very authentic African identity. There you go. I mean, before all this Islam and Christianity, this is the Yoruba belief. It's very beautiful.
That's true. You guys are more authentic.
The Igbo believe in something similar too.
And for that reason.
So let me tell you, the Igbo and the Yoruba are intertwined. The Oni of Ife said the other day that we're twin civilizations. So
your culture is more authentically African than the Sahel. That's 100%.
Well, no, I think if you remove Islam and Christianity, most African identities are authentic, obviously. But if you're 99% Islamic and you forgot your history, then you're no longer authentic African identity.
That's my problem with the Sahelian people. They forgot their history. They forgot their culture. At least with the Yoruba and the Igbo, we still got it.
But it's not all of us Sahelian people. It's not all of us
Christianity.
It's not all of us.
What did the Mandika believe before Allah?
Well, I don't know about what.
Exactly, that's the problem.
Well, they're called mandika, so they're probably dicking men.
That's the problem. You know what? I'm genetically about 20% Sahelian, right? And I love the Sahelian like cultures and civilizations. My problem is that it's too mixed in with Islam. Like there was a civilization, there is culture there before Islam. There's statues, there's figurines, there's architecture that is there before Islam. But then we don't know nothing about.
You know what I noticed about the Sahel. You know what I noticed about the Sahel. Islam in West Africa began to take a different kind of note. It began to become more incorporated with African religions or have a more African leading. These people have Islamic, what you might compare to saints in West Africa, such as Sheikh Omar Bamba or something. He created the Tijani Brotherhood and the Muridism Brotherhood that came in Senegal and all that kind of stuff. These are brand of Sufism that came. So they started to take ownership of Islam and incorporate it with African beliefs and all that kind of stuff.
But the problem is that the jurisprudence is still like.
Did you know Omar Bamba? Omar Bamba was seized by the French. Sheikh Omar Bamba was seized by the French and exiled, I think, to Ivory Coast as well. I think they said he kind of died in kind of levitated to heaven or something. So there's a huge brotherhood in Senegal that kind of like kind of worship and venerate that guy. You understand me? So Africans were starting to take ownership of Islam away from the Arabic side. You understand me? So it's just the European interrupted a whole lot of development in Africa.
No, I think y'all I think your ancestors didn't care to carry those on. Like the only people in the Sahel that actually got something are the ones that held out, that wasn't from being converted to Islam, like the Jola people or the Dogon people. That's how we know about the Nomos and everything like that. We don't.
It's a lot more than the Jola people. There is the Jola people, the Dogons, the Balantas, the Pepels, all these people. There's a whole lot of people. That's why I tell you, people look at the Sahel as just being, even the Sereres are kind of, even some Fulas are actually Christian and all that kind of stuff. And some people still practice. So there's still a sizable amount of Christians in the Western Africa region as well. So that's why, for me, actually arguing against Caesar, I'm shooting myself in the foot, just for the debate and all that stuff. I will be happy to see more. Like when I went back to Gambia recently, I saw a whole lot of Nigerians. The churches were full with Nigerians. So Caesar, I got no problem. I want the genetic amalgamation of West Africa to produce a superior premium black. You understand? So
for me, look, I don't really. We can spread. I need ideology change, right? That's all I want. Ideology change, progress, forward. That's what I want. You know. Technology. Hello.
You want ideology. Wait, man. Just wait, man. You want ideology change in your own way, yeah? How you want it?
Man, y'all niggas just need to build infrastructure on some real shit.
Yeah, I want
just build some water filtration systems.
Well, Senegal is doing really well. Let's start with building the green wall. If you guys
build that.
Build the green wall. Start building the green wall and stop relying on that dusty Islamic illiterate countries to start doing it for you. Otherwise, you're gonna get covered by the desert, Caesar.
I don't. That doesn't. That's not a. That it doesn't make any sense what you just said. Sorry.
Listen, Nigeria.
My region is not.
Nigeria is getting covered.
How can I start building a green wall if my area is next to a jungle?
Do you know northern Nigeria was just as green as where you come from?
I mean, they should start
Do
planting.
you know that
trees.
northern Nigeria is just as green as where you come from?
So in Igbo culture, every time someone is born, they have a tree attached to them. So we build trees.
Yeah,
we have trees in our culture intertwined. I think they should adopt that. Steal it from us.
You're not the only culture that does that.
Well, obviously they don't do it. That's why the Sahara Desert is going crazy on them. Right?
But Al, you have to admit, why did the Fullers?
You are stupid, man. How can you say that?
Al, why you have to admit, why did the Fullers fled to Guinea-Conakry, where it's green and jungle and all that stuff? Why did you steal land from people who gave you refuge, man? Why did you steal land from them? They gave you refuge and you stole land from them. Why?
We did not. We did not.
They gave the Jolonkes gave you refuge from the wars with the Mandikas, and then you went there and backstabbed them.
No, we did not. That's not true. That's not exactly how it happened. You know that's
you're laughing because you know it's true.
Why don't start that, because that's not true. It was a war that went on for long. It was a war that went on for long. It's Futa Toro that came in. You know,
but they welcomed you in. They gave you sanctuary.
Don't forget, those lands were always been stolen from different tribes over the years. The Jalunka push.
You're using the white South Africans argument now. You're using the white South
apologize. We got that at the same time.
You're using the white South Africans argument.
Well, listen, right? Listen, right? In fact, do you know the funny thing is? Like
Al, you even said it today that you guys originate from this deep into the northern Sahel, Morocco, northern Mauritania.
Mauritania.
Also, y'all Berbers.
Northern Senegal to Mauritania, that region. Yes, Toro. It's where you call Toro.
So how did you get all the way to the coastal region? How did you get
who
gave you sanctuary?
Northern Senegal, yeah. What about you then, huh? What about you when he left Kankan, eh?
Where the Mandika from?
Let me get to that for a minute.
Where the Mandika from? Y'all Arabs?
No, Mende. We're Niger Congo. We're not Arabs. We're Niger Congo people that mix with. Some of us mix with the Tuaregs. Some of us don't. But anyway,
Berbers.
Yeah. Well, Tuaregs are they mix with Berbers and Africans. Berbers are different to Tuaregs. Tuaregs are in between Black Africa and Berber. But we mix with some of us mix with the Tuaregs. Some of us don't. But most of us are just normal Fula.
Because some Nigerians look at me and they thought I actually came from Northern Nigeria, and I'm saying, what do you mean?
Because let me tell you what, the Jola. Let me tell you one thing. The Jola, a massive branch of the Fullers in fact, that those that you're talking about that went to conquer the Jakanke, a massive branch of their mothers actually Jola. Just like the Mane, just like the Mane. That's why you see in Fula, when you have your first daughter, that's why most Fula.
Why are you using the word?
No. Somebody because they mixed admixture, right?
Okay.
That's why they call it Jolajo. Like when Fula people have a first daughter, they call the daughter Jolajo. But the Jolas himself was conquered by the Mane, as I told him earlier. The Mandinka conquered the Jolas first, and then obviously after I
don't know about conquer because the Jolas.
They did. They did conquer you, bro.
Hold on. The Jolas still retain their land in Casamas as well, and then you have they're mainly from you have the Balantas, they still retain their land and they retain their culture.
The Balantas always been there. Yes, that's true. But the Gola came from further down south. You came down south from where Liberia, Sierra Leone is today. That's your own real ancestral land. North over there, you
mean the Balantas?
The Jola, yeah.
The Jola always been in the Casamance. At least
they've been in the Casamance for a long time. That's true. The Serere was there.
Let me. I don't
want to go into this. I know what I'm talking about. They from further down, down the swamps, like because they own a lot of the swamps down from Liberia, Sierra Leone area. It's only the ones that the fishing ones that came to where Casamas with the Serere.
There is another Jola tribe. There's a Jola in Casamas, and there's another Jola in Conakry. I wonder what's the difference there.
They're the same people, bro. What are you talking about, fam?
The Jolas in Casamas are the
same people. Are you listening? They're the same people. They're the one that migrate and stay in our region. This is what you don't understand.
They use their boats and canoes.
Exactly. They came to the north. Now, when you're boasting about coastal, we all was part of the coastal, but the thing is, we were more for the coastal north. You were for the coastal south. But because we used to, don't forget the Fullers were a fishing community first, the Tuklo. It wasn't really like hard as it's later on. It's after the Tuklo Empire fell. That's when some of them started doing the harders. You see, like the Mende in Sierra Leone, for example, we have that came there a long time, like the Kai Mende in Sierra Leone, they have Fullers. Because, like, for example, our president, now is a Shabra Mende. Yeah, that's what Caesar did not understand. The guy that actually, even though they're Christians, as a president, his tribe majority are Muslims. Right, so you know how things work in West Africa, right?
I don't get this East African guy Kezo says we all are Nilotic. They say we Sahelians are Nilotic. What the fuck?
That's not true.
That's not true.
Okay, that's not true. We are Niger. We are Niger Congo people. Niger and Congo, but Niger Congo. That you know what that means? That means that these people that came from Sudan.
When you look at yourself with a dark Sudanese, you look at yourself are the same. You look different. Like, yes, we are all black. There's a difference.
It's that Sudan was land of the black. Yeah, that's where all our ancestors came. Yes, it's where all our ancestors came from. You see, you Jola, Wolof, Fula, Mandinka, Bambara, blah blah blah, Igbo. Ijo,
Yoruba, you think the Mandikas come from the Dinka? You think the Mandikas come from the Dinka?
Listen, Mandinka came from. Do you know what Fula? Do you know why they call it Malinke? Fula called Mandinka Malinke. You know why they call it Malinke? It's when you left Mali and came to our area to settle. We call them Mali settlers. That's the real name for the Madingo. Mali settlers. Mandinke, Malinke. And later they changed the
No,
words.
but I'm saying how is the Mandinkas connected to the Dinkas?
So,
is the Mandinka
so this is
connected
what
to
people
the
don't understand about
Nilotic
us
Dinkas?
and West Africa and our roots to the region. You know, it's quite funny how a lot of people always
I'm no stinking South Sudanese. I'm no stinking South Sudanese. Those people from Uganda, those Ugandans, they stink, but I'm telling you, you know, they have so much body. You know, Keizo,
exactly.
You know, you guys. Hold on, let me put it. You guys in East Africa, you guys were genetically your admixture with those fucking Indians really fucking cost you. Now you have Ugandans being so fat and just they fat, they overgrown everywhere, bro. Like they lost that kind of leanness, that kind of high metabolism that the Africans
have. But Idi Amin, he was a Nilo.
Look at Idi Amin, bro. Look at his body.
But he wasn't mixed with no damn Indian.
Okay, that's a good point.
He was a Nilotic. He's better.
Right.
That's a good point. Well, I suppose they did have a
but you see that.
Okay, fine. Go on. Go on.
But you see, all of us, our ancestors came from Sudan. That's where we came from. It's when Nubia.
When you say Sudan, you don't mean the modern country Sudan, right?
That region from
north. Yeah, one second, guys. Let me just shout out to the sponsor of the stream. Shout out to my Ghanaian brother over there, Guan Man, for the £20, saying great discussion. If the rest of you Dusties want to support, send some fat super chats so Kaiser can pay rent. Don't worry, all money does not go to Dusty, so I do not help support any poor people. Just me tricking on Somali women and enjoying a good life. But shut up. Let's go ahead.
Kaiser, why are you Ugandans fat like that? Why are you Ugandans fat like that? Why are they just over or they don't have any metabolism anymore? They just like growing all over the place. Why are they like that? No, I don't see it. Like there's no control. It's like just they exploded.
Bro. When Bantus mix with Nilots, right? They get that weird Indian body type. So they got the big bad Bantu ass with that Indian stomach. So you see, it's not great. It's not a great mix. That's honestly
is it the Indian addition to East Africa or just a Nilotic addition? I don't know. It's an Indian addition.
It's both. It's both. It's an Indian and Nilotic one, right? When Indians and like pure Nilots get fat, first of all, they don't get subcutaneous fat. They get visceral fat, meaning it goes around the organs and stuff, right? So it's an unhealthy fat. And when it distributes, the body type doesn't remain turbid or turgid. It kind of starts looking this sort of flabby. You know when you see, okay, I've seen when a Ghanaian woman gets fat, man, her body still looks tight, right? Yeah. Like it's still together. But when some of these people here get fat, it's almost like an Indian, like it just starts to look like cellulite, like
flabby. Yep. Even Somalis have it to a certain extent. That's why when I say Somalis are obese, they have that thing as well. You understand what I mean? But where does the Somali one come from?
It's the Indian admixture, man.
Yeah, Indian admixture. Yes, they.
But the Somali one come from the Arabs and all that stuff.
Wait, when I say Indian,
that's an Arab is an Indian too.
It's the same person. Yeah, it's no difference. Same people.
But do you know? It's funny because most of these tribes in West Africa have different admixture. You know, that's what you got to be careful with saying. We do have, I think most of us like the man.
Yeah, I do notice it, but the West African genetics tends to dominate a lot more. I do notice when I look.
All of
there's a lot of people with different hair texture in West Africa, especially towards the fula.
And also like the Mende, and the Mende in Sierra Leone, they're very light-skinned people. That's how you know the difference between the Mende and the Timide.
But you can have a very light-skinned person that has a completely black texture, negroid texture. That's very light.
Yeah, of course.
And also kind of rugged, with kind of like hair that's very super tightly curled and all that stuff. But then you can have someone in the Sahel that has loose hair, almost like Berber looking or Nar looking and all that kind of stuff. And
it's funny
and black.
Yeah,
I've known people like that. I've seen them and all that stuff.
Yeah. But the thing is, it's funny because some of these people in the Sahel, you see them, they're so dark, bro. Yeah, they're so dark like a charcoal grill. But when they do when they get their genetic testing, they actually, don't really have the African finger that much compared to some of the lighter skinned tribes. You know what I mean? So it's just one of those complicated issues, like, that we have in West Africa. Like, for example, you have in Sierra Leone, we have the Limba, for example, right? Limba tribe, that is the original people of Sierra Leone that everybody met there. They're a bit lighter skin, most of them are quite light. Sometimes we wonder how they managed to get that. But you can see obviously the Negro type, the African, stuff like that.
Yeah, but
sometimes you can mistake them for Fula or
sure, but let's say, let me use
lighter.
Kenya as an example. All the light-skinned Kenyans are all mixed, right? You look at the average Kikuyu, that's 20% non-African DNA at least. Like, for example, let's say if you look at me and my sister is light-skinned, darker than chocolate, right?
Yeah.
And all I'm saying is, all these lighties are not real Africans, right? So if you look at my dad or my sister, these are not real Africans. The real Africans has to be dark. If you're not darker than my left toe, you're not African.
Yeah.
You're something else.
Hey, so he's white. You got a white daddy? Queso?
No. He's not white. He's just light skinned. Not white. Nowhere close to white.
Yeah, that's what they say, bro. Like almost everybody's almost mixed these days. But I'm not sure about that everybody's mixed these days. There's some people that still retain their own kind of original, authentic genetics. Not everybody's mixed. But in places where
if
like,
you're big, sure, who's gonna mix with you? Like the ground? That's the only thing you see.
Wait, but how you explain the what do you call it? The Bushman. How you explain the
Bushman? What you mean?
The Khoisan.
Wait, actually, Bushmen are mixed as well. Like if you go to
those for the
if you
south
come
of
to
Nigeria,
Tanzania, come to Tanzania and look at the Bushmen. They're all mixed. They even have Arab DNA inside them.
Oh, for real?
Wow.
Yeah, I could show you some DNA admixture for them.
Yeah, I didn't know that.
I mean, if you look at the gene pool, from Chad, how it penetrates to the north and to the south, different part of Africa, is actually quite shocking, man. The gene pool around Chad area alone is more than the entire probably Europe put together.
It always fascinates me. I think we had a Fula that mixed with one of my tribes people and all that stuff. And I looked at this guy and I asked my guy, why is this guy different? Like if he has a different.
Wait, what do you mean you asked your guy? Huh? Wait.
Not like that. I asked one of my mates.
I hope
one of your mates. So now your guy is also your mate. This is getting worse.
Nah, it's not.
What's wrong with this guy?
I know he's not Muslim, but I don't think he will go that far.
Boko Haram.
So there was there's a Fula that mixed with my tribesmen. So I always looked at this guy. He had some kind of weird colored eyes. I think it was like green eyes or something like that, or some kind of hazel eyes. And I looked at him and I said, "What you are supposed to be like us, but your energy feels different. Your spirit is a bit different."
You see,
come on, tell me.
Yeah. So that you see, when the Almoravid dynasty fell in Spain, right, like where Morocco is today and Mauritania, those people that came there, some of them were mixed. They mixed with the Mandinka, the Bambaras, and the Fulas, and the tribes in the Sahel. So if you look at the Sahel today, if you look at the north of the Sahel, right, that's where you find this lot of admixture, right, where you have people, Fullers that mix with the Tuaregs. And I think it's that Tuareg admixture in the long run, that's where that came from.
I think it's even before that. It's even before that, in the sense that before the Almoravids, because the Visigoths and Vandals kind of dominated North Africa during the fall of the Roman Empire. So that admixture would have added into the North African population.
Possibly also.
It's not a lot. It's not a lot as people think.
Say that again?
It's not as much as people think.
No, it's not. It's the thing is, if you look at, when I look at the genetic of the Fullers, and some of the other West African tribes, which a lot of them have, this tiny bit of Arab admixture or Eurasian or, Mediterranean. If I notice a lot of Senegambians, when they do their DNA, they tend to have European. That's all the tribes, by the way, not only Fullers. The Mandinka,
I met Fula over here, and he told me he was mixed white and Fula, and I thought he was a Pakistani guy.
That's
from Pakistan.
That's the Fula. That's the Fula that you find that mixed with those in the east, like east of Niger to Lake Chad. Right.
So can you admit that you actually came from the upper north in the Sahel region? Is that where
Yes.
you come from?
Yes, yes,
right?
from north of
You're
Senegal,
not from the coast
Mauritanian border.
of Africa. You were well from there. You're not from there. Can you admit where you come from right now? Right?
Yeah, no, we didn't listen, right? Let me finish. If you want to, you know where Toro is, where that pinpoint is Toro, all that place, but all the way come down, that's exactly the area where we originated from and where we host loads of people, and also the Bambara came from further left from us,
and they come from the east,
the east of us, and then the Serere, they was more further down a little bit on the coast.
The Serere had always been the original people of the Gambia region, the Gambia River.
The Gambia River.
Because they have a relationship. They have like a kind of weird mutual relationship between them and Anjola.
Yeah,
they're like the same people, but they
exactly. Man, this guy knows a lot about that region. James Covers, how you know about that region? What's up?
Like I'm all about West African history, man. That's where my ancestors come from. I'm like 89% West African.
Exactly. There you go. So if this is why it's important to look at the testing and the amount of admixture you got and the different type of admixture you got and stuff like that, because that can help you.
For example, look at this, right? This is the so-called Bushmen, right? You can see, I'm not going to read the whole thing, but in the Hadza is one of the Bushmen over in East Africa. Distribution of Y haplogroup is mostly B2, okay? That is like some Nilotic or whatever bush haplogroup with a bit of E1B1A, so that's probably from the Bantu admixture, and also from E1B1B, which is from the Arabs. So as you can see here, they get like what? 18% Niger Congo, 70% Khoisan and Pygmy ancestry, and then 9% Arab. So, you know, more or less most tribes, even the Bushmen are mixed.
Yes, I mean, do you know Kaizo? Do you know Kaizo? Do you know? I know also the Fulani in the Fulani DNA. In the Fulani DNA, we do have a lot of Khoisan in our DNA as well. So that kind of, because don't forget the Khoisan. I believe the Khoisan used to live in.
So there's a point here.
It was even in North Africa.
Kaizo's making here. Kaizo, are you saying black peoples in their natural state would have either looked black, brown, or red, colored?
The oldest human race, which is a Khoisan, they're brown skinned people. They're not dark skinned. Just to get that right.
Right. They'll be red.
So if you see some light,
wait, that's actually I got to make a correction on that one. The recent research shows actually the oldest people are Congolese BT Bantus. They have the oldest haplogroup. So Khoisans have A01. These Bantus in Cameroon have A00. That's the oldest haplogroup found on humans.
Oh, those. But that's an archaic human. I don't know if that's
Black Americans.
I don't know if that's what our species is. I thought that was like an archaic human. I didn't think that was our species.
And also in West Africa,
what the fuck does that mean? I know our species.
And also in West Africa, there was this. In West Africa, there was a species called the Denisovan, right? The Denisovan is what that species tell us and what they discover about West Africa is our oldest ancestors. You know, when you have the Homo sapien and so on, right? So when I looked at it, my tribe and some other tribe actually carry that Denisovan admixture in them. So it's kind of a bit interesting. And then some other tribes that I actually taught there was more, native to West Africa actually do not have that.
Okay. Here's a point made. Okay, so we discovered some admixture, and then the East Africans, we know why they are kind of genetically not put together and all. They are just all over the place. It's because of the Indian and Arab admixture and all that kind of stuff, unfortunately. Because otherwise they would have been just as tough as West Africans. But anyway,
don't start that. Don't start that. That's quite demeaning.
Kaizo knows. One thing I gotta ask. Okay, apart from the IQ and all that stuff, when you look at behavioral stuff, West Africans seem to be on a faster tempo than East Africans. Why is that, Dr. Kaizo?
Oh dear.
Wait, what did you say? West Africans seem to be what?
Why are West Africans seem like they are on a faster tempo than East Africans in terms of
faster what? Use English, man. I don't know what.
Faster tempo. tempo.
tempo.
As in how they move. Even Ike noticed it. He said East Africans are kind of slow. Away from Ike. Yeah.
Simple, man. Oh, okay, yeah, they're faster. Okay, it's not okay. Good question. The East Africans so let's define it between the so-called Horn Africans and then the Great Lakes East Africans already. So in East Africa, the Great Lake countries, it's mostly the coastal East Africans who are slow, right? The ones who mix with Arabs, really. Like if you go to coastal Kenya, like remember I was in Mombasa earlier, right? Those people are slow. Why? Because it's hot. It's hot, and the environment makes them kind of not want to work. And I know Nigeria is also hot, so I'm gonna try to explain that. So in Kenya, it's only the coastal people who are very, very slow. If you go to Tanzania, most of them are slow. I believe it's that Arab gene inside them making them slow. Now, if you go to Ethiopia, Ethiopians are also very slow, right? They don't even understand time. And also, I think it's a concept of time. So if you go to Yoruba language, there is a concept of time. They do understand like past, present, and future. It is within their language. If you go to East Africa, you go to like Kamba or Kikuyu tribe, these niggas didn't even know like the distinction between a forward time and backwards in time. They don't have that concept in their language. So when you don't have these concepts ingrained in you, and the environment also is too hot for you to go around trying to do things, I think it can create that lack
hold on there before you continue. Let me give credit. Hold on there before you continue. Let me give credit to one man. One man, Keizo just showed again where Yorubas are definitely superior in the ideology of not only did Yorubas create a binary system, now they also understood the concept of time. Hold on, Keizo. The reason being, Yorubas are in a kind of region that is filled with abundance and all that, so they don't have to worry and struggle like Europeans about time, about waking up on time. So to have developed a concept of keeping up with time, that is that's something very excellent for Yorubas to have done as well. Because Keizo, if you're in an abundant state where you're not having to worry about it, why should you rush to get everything? So Yorubas had that abundant state, but they still understood time and keeping up with time. Very interesting point. So one man, Yorubas are superior. That's a point taken. That's number 1 point. Carry on, Keizo.
Yeah, so if you come to East Africa, actually the guy, John Beatty, he's one of Africa's philosophers. He's a Kenyan. He studied specifically Kambas and Kikuyus, and he noted that these guys just don't have those concepts in their mindset. Now, when you take that into account, right, if you noticed, Central Africans aren't that fast either. It's mostly the West Africans, right? So I think in West Africa, obviously what you have is, again, very hot, humid environment, right? That's why pygmies didn't industrialize. Like, how are you going to industrialize when you're in such a harsh environment? You just want to sit down and chill all day. So I think that's the real reason there why. Now, if you come to Kenya, they ask
it's a forest. It's a forest zone. West Africa is a rainforest. Simple as that.
Now you come to Kenya, right? There are some tribes which are kind of fast, right? You look at Kisis, they're very fast. Indians, obviously, they're very fast, but they're not native to Africa. And the Somalis are very fast. Now, I do believe Somali is culture. The reason why is because if you look at it, right? Kamau is a typical Kikuyu name. Kamau is going to be told to go to business school. He's going to learn in university. Abdi is going to be forced to watch the family business since he's 7 years old. So he's going to learn how things work in the real time, in the real world.
Yeah. Okay. The Somalis, but the Ethiopians, I'm surprised about to be kind of slow in a sense. And what do you mean? These people have been admixed with Semitic people. They've been admixed with so many different types of people.
Why, man? When y'all say slow, what do y'all mean when y'all say slow?
Slow means, okay, let me explain it. Big Black, if you go to Lagos or Nairobi, you'll see people moving fast, right? These are big cities. But if you go to a typical Kenyan village or town, people are just kind of unbothered by time and getting shit done. You go to the typical Nigerian, when he goes to the West, right? A Nigerian will start off as a Ghanaian. A Nigerian and a Ghanaian will start off as a security guard, and a Kenyan as well. The Kenyan will probably go and level up and become a cleaner of old white men. the Nigerian's gonna find a way. The Nigerian will find a way to get himself a professional job in a conservative white space as a business consultant with his weird accent. That's the difference, right? Nigerians will go and get that done. The other Africans, like Kenyans, will just remain at the same level.
Ain't that kind of?
The reason I brought this up,
I mean,
but you know,
it's a matter of ambition.
For small Kaiser, I know Caesar was getting all excited earlier, but for a small country like Sierra Leone, yeah, if you look at the amount of people that we have outside, like doing the jobs that you just mentioned, and also not only that in administration, all over the West, is actually huge for its tiny little country, and as we speak, education is free. University is actually around $300, for a year subsidy by the government. That's how much you need to pay to actually go to university. And also the government do sponsor and offer scholarship. And at the same time, these are the people that was first exposed to what you call modern education. Sierra Leone is the first country in sub-Saharan Africa to have a university and also have a high school for boys and girls. And by doing that, they did not just educate the Muslims, but they educated the Christians that happen to be in the country. And those Muslim and Christians, they all belong to the same tribes, right? So, but however, because we have a higher IQ, according to the white man, we have the highest IQ in the continent. Then Eritrea come next. We do not see religion as an issue. Like some people do get excited over it. I see religion as a foreign entity that came in our lives, in our ancestors, that is our ancestors' life in some time ago, that actually brought advantage and disadvantage to it. And the advantage it brought, it managed to make our people leave, the Sahel, and managed to establish new settlement along the coast, that is, right? And at the same time, build different empires and enable our people to trade to the ancient world. And none of the current civilization that we managed to have with this Western new education that we managed to, pass on to the region have managed to achieve that yet. And isn't evident to this. People can get emotion about it, but it's just a fact. And also, by educating these captured Nigerian slaves, and also settle African Americans and other people and other Caribbeans in Sierra Leone, we managed to, that's including some people of my tribe, we managed to reconnect these people back to Nigeria for one mission, to go and educate their group and set up Lagos and the rivers as we speak. And if I'm making this up, you can actually go and do your research live online here and prove me as a liar. And it's a fact. And the reality is, some of us, some of our communities and our structures did not benefit the majority. But however, some people's structure benefit the majority because they don't have a hierarchy structure in their system. This is different between the Fullers and the Mande, the system of a society to the coastal system of society that was there at the first place. And so we actually have a system where we have hierarchies, but people like, for example, maybe down the coast, they never had that. And it's one of the reasons why when that was saying the Balanta was never conquered, of course it never was conquered because they managed to came into some understanding with the people actually, because look at the Europeans, they went everywhere in the world to conquer, but they couldn't conquer everyone because some people were like smart enough to say, let's do a deal, right? And just believe in what you believe, I believe in what I believe, but I'm not going to fight you, you're not going to fight me, or you can have a piece of that land, or just, what I mean? It's like all kind of, there's a level of negotiation.
The thing is, Carl, we dealt with you guys in the region. We knew about you guys. We dealt with you guys in the region for long.
You oppress us. No, but you oppress us. You oppress us. You're one of the reasons why, when the Mali Empire fell, you're one of the reasons why, a group of our people in the
First of all,
Senegambian region.
you don't really know my tribe. I threw many different types of names here. So
you're Mandinka. I know you're Jola. Jola
yeah,
speak
but anyways, but what I'm saying is that the tribes in the region knew about you guys, but the tribes all the way towards Nigeria, all that stuff, they didn't know about you guys. So when you came to them with Islam, so to them you are kind of foreign, so and all that stuff. But never mind that. To say who has conquered the region is definitely the Mandikas, because every other tribe, every other tribe speaks Mandinka.
I said
but
that.
no other tribe speaks Fula. It's only Fulas that speak Fula, unless other people want to learn Fula. They go out their way to learn Fula. You understand what I mean?
Yes.
But really, Mandinka is like a given.
Some count. Yeah, you're right. That's one thing. Like some of the tribes is Mande. They're not really Mandinka people. They different tribe. In fact, some of these tribes are more closer to us than Mandinka. We know that.
Are you sure about that? Are you sure?
Yes.
Mandinkas are far much closer to us than they are to Fulas. You guys have admixtures than white people.
Darth, no offense. I'm going to be honest with you.
What you don't understand. You don't understand the point that you don't understand.
The Mandinka have nothing on the Fulani. Like, let's just be honest. I don't want to attack the Mandinka. I have no problem with the Mandinka tribe.
Right now, no, they have
nothing. You'll be surprised.
If you look across West Africa and you look at leadership, the Fulani are they're 300 years ahead of the Mandinka tribe. The first president of Cameroon is Fulani. What has the Mandinka tribe been able to get a president in another country other than their home country?
Let me tell you. Let me tell you. The Fulas, their spread is due to their culture. Their culture is to be nomadic, to go find lands to graze and all that kind of stuff. So they've been moving around. So that's the reason for their migration. And coupled with Islam of marrying so many, they exploded in population like the Somalis and all that kind of stuff. But the people who ruled the region, the people who drove the Fula from Futatoro, their homeland, all the way to Conakry, and then they spread, is definitely the Mandinka. You understand?
That's years ago. That's years ago.
There are three countries in West Africa right now that have a Fulani president. Right now, there are three countries. What do the Mandinka have?
Okay, all right, fine, Caesar. In that case, then we can definitely acquiesce to the fact that yes, Nigerians are definitely much more educated than the Sahelians in modern day times. We can agree to that as well.
I'm just saying the Fulani, they have three presidents right now. What do the Mandinka have?
They do. The Mandinkas. That's true. That's true.
Well, that's the Mandinka, but what do they have?
No, but listen, you're not listening.
They're still quite a competitor in the region.
Historically, you had the upper hand. I said that before you even got on this channel.
I'm not
a few days ago.
In fact, the Mandinka's home country is Gambia, right? Isn't it Gambia?
No, it's not. No, Gambia, Mali, Guinea Conakry.
No, Mandinka. Listen.
They live side by side with Fulas.
Yes, they are cousins.
Let me ask you all a question. Because all three of you are from like three different tribes, right? Like Caesar, you from
I'm Igbo.
You Igbo. Al is Yoruba, right?
Who's Fulani?
Fulani.
Don't call me Fulani. I'm a Fula.
Sorry.
Okay.
And then Darth.
Thank you, Caesar.
Mandinka.
You never know, man. Me, I'm insignificant. I'm like the Wangas.
Let me ask you, let's say
that you're Jola, man.
The question I have, like, if it was one person from each of your tribes that were having this conversation in person, would a fight break out?
Oh, hold on, that's an interesting question.
What if there's a tribe that come between? Do you know what they say?
Not with Caesar. But definitely a fight will break out between Fulas and Mandinkas. Fulas and Mandinkas, a fight will break out. But for Caesar, no. A fight will break out with Fulas and Mandinkas.
Okay, right. We already had a war before. They call it the Battle of Kansala. Remember that?
These people, the Fulas and Mandinkas, anything they don't get along with big time. They don't get along.
Do you know why? Do you know what causes that? It's Kansala, the Battle of Kansala.
Yeah, I heard about that battle and all that stuff.
Yeah.
But listen,
Battle of Kansala. But we'll never do anything to Mandinka, or Mandinka will never do anything to Fullers. That's 100%.
I mean,
fact.
right now they
It's only-
intermarry in each other. They intermarry in each other. The reason being is because of
you will not enter three Mandinka home when there is not two Fuller family, and you will not enter two Fuller home when there's not Mandinka family there.
It's a good thing. It's a good thing.
Yeah.
But it's just when you bring the historical stuff, then it
that's why our ancestors make sure.
You understand? But I suppose if you go to Nigeria and you bring a Fulani and an Igbo, then there will be a fight, 100%.
Well, I don't know about that. It's much more complicated than that.
It's never going to happen. It's never.
Don't think that.
Let me just finish. You see, Alpha Condé in Guinea. Do you know why Alpha Condé got kicked out in Guinea? It's because he wanted to play that sort of game. That's one of the reasons why they kicked him out. Because he wanted to stir up between the Fula and the Mandinka. And the Fula, the Mandinka elders, and they could remember even the Mandinka, within the Mandinka, they got enemies like the Kuruma, those. Remember Samuri actually divided the Mandinka. Samuri divided the Mandinka tribe big time. There's a group of Mandinka who like the other group.
But Al, let me ask you a question. If there was a war between the Mandinka, the two tribes, the Mandinkas and the Fulas, which other tribes do you think all the other orbiting tribes will follow?
Like in Guinea now, if the war starts in Guinea,
in Senegambia, Guinea, if there was a war between the Fulas for dominance, which other tribes would the orbiting tribes follow?
In Guinea, I think the entire Soso tribe will come with the Fula right now, because the Soso, what I'm hearing. Yes, right now, what I'm hearing, bro, you don't even want to know. And remember that a lot of tribes in West Africa that have problem with the Mandinka as we speak, including Sierra Leone. It's only because of the Fullers. That's why things are kept on bay. Let me tell you this now.
The Fullers have a very bad history in the region for slave trading.
No. Because remember, all the Mandinka rule is military rule, right? And also the other tribes that they conquered are not happy because they feel like the Mandinka, when they come to power, they don't want to share power to other people, right? And they want to use military and stuff like that. And this is the same thing that's happening in Guinea at the moment between the Forestier people and the Mandinka. Let me tell you the politics of it now. Because Daddy's Camara is from the Forestier people. Yeah? And Dumbuya is from Mandinka. Yeah? And the Forestier and the Mandinka share border.
Dumbuya is a proper Mandinka. That's why he's very big like that. But now, when you mix it...
Dumbuya look like he's a Mandinka, but he look like Fula also, man. When you look at Dumbuya, I look like Fula also.
That guy is massive.
100%. But anyway, the Forestier, that is Camara, and BV and all them guys, the top generals in Guinea military right now, the Forestier, they feel like they've been marginalized by Mandinka. So the only reason why they're not taking Dumbuya out is because of the Fullers and the Soso, bro. Well, the Sosos are siding with the Fuller right now, fam.
Well, anyway,
remember Lansana Conte that ruled Guinea the longest, yeah, after Sekou Touré, yeah, he was the biggest enemy to the Mandinka. That's why when he came to government, all his top guys in the government were the Fullers, yeah, and the Soso people run that country with no tribal problems and nothing.
You know what the problem
and let me just finish, yeah. Yeah, no, but let me just finish. When they run the Mandinka Sekou Touré died, the Soso took power, yeah, with Conte. He did not trust the Mandinka. That's why the influence in the army went down. It was the Fula and the Forestier and the Soso used to run the army. It's when Alpha Condé came, a Mandinka guy, he came and divided the army and he retired a lot of the generals, yeah, and he brought Dumbuya from France.
Yeah. Well, anyway,
because you didn't
you
trust
guys,
the military.
remember that. The Mandinkas, everything. You're not the original Senegambians and all that kind of stuff. I'm joking.
No, wait. No, Mandinka are not from Senegambia. Mandinka, Fula people are from north of Senegal to Mauritania. Mandinka are from Mali. Mandinka are from Mali. As I already told you, that's the reason why Mandinka called the real name is Malinke. In Fula is Malinke, Mali settlers.
So now.
We all came from Nubia. All of us came from Sudan.
Now,
married to this Congo people.
Caesar, I hear you. I will come back to you later. Caesar, give us a time. Explain to us your turn. Explain to us, because we were talking about like some kind of being slow and docile or all this. Explain to us the business acumen of Igbo people. Why are Igbo people known to be very aggressive in business? Where does it come from? Where is the origin? Where is the
Do you think that?
background?
Do you think Igbo people got more money than Fula people, bro? Honestly,
I know Fula people are business oriented. I've been to Senegal. I've seen Fula people.
No. Do you think Igbo people have more money than Fula?
The Fulani people are not business oriented. They are into politics.
Days.
They're into politics.
Politics and business. It's only
They're into politics and herding.
Okay, I don't think you know us. You don't know us.
Come on, Al. Be honest.
I know Fula people. I know Fula people are definitely business oriented.
Thank you very much.
But I want to hear from Caesar.
Wait,
I want to hear from Caesar.
Yeah, let him fool himself. Go on.
I want to hear from Caesar.
Sorry, Caesar. No. It's true. Actually, I apologize.
The Yoruba understanding.
No, but the Igbos are business savvy.
Hold on. The Yoruba understanding of keeping up with time. Very very interesting and all that stuff, considering they come from a region. So it's a very interesting something to understand. And the Igbos as well, stuck deep in the jungle. How did you develop a business savvy kind of attitude? Who did you interact with? Come on,
it's our culture. All I can say is it's literally our culture. It is what it is. Just like how some people have a herding culture, people have a business culture. Some people have I don't know. Everyone has a different culture. That's our culture.
Well, I suppose you could say like kind of being commerce, having commerce and trading, buying and selling and all that kind of stuff. But buying and selling. But you people are originally farmers. You're actually farmers.
I know. It's crazy, right? It's just our culture. There's a lot of I don't want to go into, but it's our culture. There you go.
Can you shed light into this? How can an isolated tribe develop
another reason why the Igbos are so aggressive in business? We've always been known for business, but ever since the Biafran War, when the war happened, they took every single property owned by an Igbo person and gave them 20 naira, right? So after the war, there was this pressure where it's like, okay, we don't have any money. That's why Igbos are so aggressive in business. Because literally after the war, we didn't have anything.
Okay.
Wow.
You're saying this thing has been a recent phenomenon because of pressures on the U people or something?
Before the Biafran Civil War, the richest African was Sir Louis Ojoku, right? An Igbo man, right? He was in the car business. His son is the one that funded this war, right? So Igbos have always been known for business anyway, right? But
I hear that, but I don't understand the background of it. Like you can't
it's just our culture. I don't even know if I should release the secrets because Fulani boy over here is gonna do some kind of magic. So I'm good.
Fula man.
Okay. So how come Fulanis are known to be very busy? Even when I went to Senegal,
Fulanis are not known for business.
No, they are. Actually,
no. They are. You can't be known in every single sector. Okay, 40% of their population are herders, and the rest, and then they have a large political class. So how can they also be known for business? Come on, don't give them all the credit. It doesn't make any rational sense.
They never consider themselves historically as one group. So when they're trading with people, they're trading with other people who speak a similar language to them. They're never like a consolidated group. So everybody around them is a potential, consumer.
And also when it
are highly decentralized.
Right.
Yes, you
that's why I never had an empire, because they're really decentralized.
Well, we had a confederation, but there was never
the RO Confederation
Igbo Empire. You're right. There was no Igbo Empire.
Yeah, there was a kingdom of Nri, but that's the closest thing.
Don't worry, Caesar. My tribe was also decentralized in such a way. That's why I say I respect your individualism and all that. Being individualistic has its positives and benefits too. We can explore that.
I wouldn't describe the Igbos as individualistic. I think it's complex.
They do have an individualistic knack to them.
I would describe it like that.
Okay,
yes,
fine.
Yes, my brother.
Explain to us, explain to us the Fulani business acumen and how they became very, I suppose, aggressive in business. I don't know. They're not necessarily aggressive, but they're quite business
very
savvy.
wealthy, very really wealthy. They are.
You guys are thieves, man. You guys are thieves. You're stealing people's cows all over the fucking place, bro. You get me?
Nobody owns cow more than only the Fula
You're
own
stealing
cows.
people's cows all over the place. All tribes will own cows, but you guys think all the cows belong to you.
Do you know it's funny because in Sierra Leone the biggest cattle owner in Sierra Leone, Ba'amara is the biggest cow owner. His daughter is married to my younger brother that live in Maryland, and he used to be the former Minister of Finance for Sierra Leone. He's the one that owned most of the cattle in Sierra Leone because they own the land from the east of Sierra Leone to the Liberian border, and he worked with obviously some of the Fullers. But
how can you own land that you are a visitor in?
No,
it's not. Never mind. That's very interesting.
But Amara is not Fuller. He's a Mandinka.
Okay, Al, you're veering off. You're veering off. What I'm asking is, how the Fuller are the dominant cattle owners in Sierra Leone, and obviously so they because of the ownership of cattle, they had a lot of money.
It's not that. It's the Finnish Fuller people. They're very they don't they say if you say Fuller man own a bicycle, you own a bike. If you own a bike, you own a car. If you own a car, you own a house. That's the principle. With money, they're very, good with money. And also, don't forget, one cow is like $500. So when a hungry country boy, I haven't seen meat for years.
I wonder why the South Sudanese didn't produce the same.
But not all Fullers are. Caesar is right. We have very highly educated Fullers that involved in different administrations. In the region.
Let's Caesar. Okay, Caesar, have a go.
So here's how I would just. So first of all, everyone knows one of the most profitable businesses in the world is religion, right? So the Fulani tribe, most of the emirs and also the imams.
I think he's talking about Nigeria. I think he's talking about Nigeria.
Well, the highest amount of Fulani people are not in Nigeria. So when you have a large percentage of a population that are imams and emirs, right? There's a lot of wealth that gets concentrated. You know how much money churches and mosques make, right? Also, most of the leadership in a lot of these West African countries are Fulani, whether you know they are or not.
But that is of recent. The leadership issue.
Let's just say the past 150 years, right? Let's say the past 150 years. So when most of the religious leaders are of one group and many of the political leaders are one group, it's very easy to translate.
To amass wealth. Yeah, to amass wealth in that way.
You have a government contract, give it to your boy.
But
that's my solution. That's my answer.
Okay. Okay, fine. That's your answer. But it's something else and all that stuff. So there is something to say that when you have money and all that stuff, I suppose you can say some people have money, but they don't know how to manage it. But when you have money in the form, and money was in the form of cattle and all that stuff, and yet the Fulanis were able to kind of multiply that money and use it to their own benefit. But while you have the tribes in Sudan that have a lot of cattle, but for some reason they don't seem to have the same business acumen. Keizo, do you care to explain?
Darth, you can't ignore the fact that a large percentage of political leaders and religious leaders are one group.
So there's a lot of tribes that have cattle.
No, there's no tribe.
They
don't respect the Fulani tribe. There's no dusty tribe you can say that's equal to that tribe should be respected. They're not like some dusty Sudanese tribe. They're in multiple African countries. I mean,
how is it that isolated tribes like the Igbos who are like stuck in that kind of Calabar region? I think Calabar is
not isolated. The Igbos and Yorubas have been trading since forever. Some would say the beginning of time. That's according to the Unyavife, the chief priestess. He would say from the beginning of time. This idea there was isolation. No, there was communication in the South.
Okay, all right, fair enough. So when you have two regions, two peoples like that have such complex means of interaction, of course, they will develop complex ways of
in fact, Darth, do you know what Oni of Ife said last week?
Hey Al, this is starting to turn around. It seems like those Africans from from Yoruba in Nigeria may have been more intellectual than us,
Do
although
you know what the
we spread
Onyebufe
further.
said last week? He said the Igbos are the race that discovered wealth.
The race that discovered wealth. It seems
in
like without the Arabs, man, these people did it on their own.
So
you know, they developed complex means of interaction on their own, while we had to
I mean, the Igbo, even in Sierra Leone, there was a guy called Chinua Achebe. He was there's a book we read in school about Chinua Achebe. I mean, they're very. I mean, the Igbos and the Yoruba, you cannot basically in any form disrespect them when it comes to philosophy and agriculture, and stuff like that. They always been great, people. Remember Mussolini, in fact, there's a lot of yes, years ago when I was young in Sierra Leone, we do read it a lot. We do have, you don't understand, Caesar, we do have a prevalent
in Sierra Leone.
Yeah, we do have Igbos in Sierra Leone, we have Yorubas over there. And you know what, it's funny, if you were to come over there and see how they live with the Fulani community, one of my uncles is a garage owner, right? And there's an Igbo guy that actually he worked with. He's a part dealer. He enabled him to set up his business and stuff like that. But for some reason, Caesar, 1 second, that the Fulanis in Nigeria, they tend to be totally different to us in the far east and the Gambia, Guinea coast. Their mentality is totally different. And at the same time, when these things that I hear, and how their communities and stuff like that, and what I've seen, for me, I don't recognize it myself as a person of Fula, not Fulani. Yeah. And I think you're partly right that the extreme version of Islam that touched them from that part, because you know what, Sudan plays a lot in our role in West Africa. If you ask the Mandinka, you will count. You will not count more than how many Mandinka that haven't gone to Sudan or go there either for training or just like those Hausa Fulani in northern Nigeria. They travel there frequently, and the closer you are towards the east of Africa, the more you're going to find them to be quite extreme when it comes to Islam.
Yeah, that's another interesting point. That's another interesting point. That's another thing. Keizo, extremist tendencies in Africa seem to emerge from North Africa and the Africa region. Why?
And the East.
Why do East Africans have extremist tendencies? Why do they come from?
The former Sultan of I think it was Kanu, he was actually dethroned. But he said something, I actually really like the guy. He's a Fulani Emir, former Fulani Emir. He came out and said this. He said, look, the rate of illiteracy in this region, if we don't start teaching these kids, someone's going to come in, take these kids in, teach them, and convert them to another religion. And everyone's like, oh my gosh. And they actually dethroned him. So there's something going on. Even this Emir, he came out and said, look, we got to start teaching these people or they're going to convert them to another religion, because we can't have millions of kids running around with no education begging. And they actually dethroned him. That's how bad it is. So, I don't think all Fulani are responsible for what's going on. I think he's a Fulani Emir who came out and said this, but they dethroned him for saying that. So it's a big issue. I don't know what happened in that part of Africa where they just said, look, Western education is haram. I mean, because that's what Boko Haram means anyway. So I don't know where this came from, but it is what it is. It's a big issue.
Caesar, see, you have to understand northern Nigeria. You see, in northern Nigeria, they're very close to those, in Chad and in the Sahel. And what happened is, I don't know if you heard about the Kanuri tribe, the vice president of Tinubu right now. Yes, right. The Kanuri tribe, I think most of this lie on their hand because they actually, always try to compete, when it comes to Islam between them and the Fulani and the Hausa, who is more supreme. And the more they're trying to compete, the more they're trying to drag the more of the extremists in the society. I think that's one issue, because when you talk about the extreme, you're talking about Boko Haram, for example. We all know, 90% of Boko Haram to probably 99% is not Hausa or Fulani, but they are Kanuris, right?
Yep.
Yeah. So
Oh, I ain't know that.
No, all
And so-
what you
so
just
that-
explained
yeah,
is
yeah.
100% correct. That's the first time I've
Yeah.
agreed with you. I think what's going on is the way the system of power is up there. They use religion to be in control, so that's why they're competing. Who's more extreme? Because whoever's more extreme is the person who should be in charge, and it's leading to I don't
Yes.
even know what the heck is going on up there. Honestly,
No,
Yes.
that's crazy. Because ain't the Kanuri from Niger and Chad? So why they? I don't know
These
why
people
they
just
have
travel.
influence
They
over the
just
politics
travel
in
everywhere. They
northern
just
Nigeria.
everyone just travels everywhere up there.
Yeah.
Damn.
We do struggle a lot with it. The Fulani and the Hausa do struggle a lot with the Kanuri, because there was a time where they did not treat our people well, and and killing our people, and that's the reason why, in fact, they did not like Buhari, most of the Kanuris, to be honest, because of the war, the way the military was actually pounding,
But
them in Borno.
the way I would
It's like
describe
the
it
people
though,
being slaughtered by the military.
is so when they came in, the Fulani came in, the way they took over the house of quote unquote is because they introduced them to a more real version of Islam. That's what they always say, right? So the Kanuri lost a lot of
Yeah.
power, which is why they're trying to say,
okay,
we have a real version of Islam. And that's why there's competition. So everyone's
Yeah.
trying to say, oh, my version is real. If you send your kids to school, that's a fake version of Islam, right? If you do X, Y, and I don't know where this is going to lead, because if you go to Saudi Arabia, I mean, they're moving forward. I don't know what's going on in Africa.
Is the reason Al-Andalus in Spain failed as well, because the Almoravids came and destroyed the caliphate, the Al-Andalus caliphate in there, and they came and said, you are not the real Islam, you're not practicing, you're doing all these signs and arts and all that stuff. It's not Islamic. They destroyed everything in Spain.
Like
So
with
they took over.
Senegal, I love Senegal.
Yep.
If they come to Senegal, they're gonna say what they're doing isn't real Islam. That's a fact. That's a fact.
Because in Senegal, you got the jazz festival, you got different events, you got nightclubs, you got this and that.
They had a movie industry
in Sierra Leone.
They used to have this big movie industry in the north, and what they came in and said, look, all these movies are haram, and they killed the industry, literally.
Wow.
So it's like, this is what happened. You look it up. It's called Hollywood. It's the Hausa movie industry. They just killed it because they said it's haram. There's this weird control they have up there.
So okay. This is an interesting junction point. Man, I've always been meaning to advance this topic to big. So okay, this is an interesting junction point. They've killed the movie industry. They killed a Buddha. I've always said this, and I'll be careful, Al, and all that stuff, right? What kind of individual does the different religions produce? This is a topic that I always wanted to adhere. And since Kezo is a Muslim these days, I always wanted to adhere and actually voice out my opinion on all the and this stuff. What kind of individual does he produce? Kezo said he became a Muslim recently because he wanted to be disciplined. I wonder if there's a kind of place where he keeps himself reserved to what. To me, it seems like Islam produces a slave of an individual. Al, what do you say?
Yeah, it does. I think it does.
Maybe religions all do to a certain extent. Al, would you say Islam produces a slave of an individual? Is he there, or you can't answer that? Because there's for me, is like there's too much emphasis on kind of like slavery. Even today, the religions that still continue slavery is still Islamic and all that stuff. Islamic countries that still have it in their mind that it's okay to enslave people. The people that what you call it, kind of propagated the enslavement of black peoples, started with Islam and all that kind of stuff. Not just that, it's in the way of worship. It seems to be a kind of submission, emphasis on submission, prostrating to a god rather than just asking for guidance and help. They prostrate and all that stuff. When somebody prostrates to a god, you're saying you're submitting, you're being a servant, you're reducing yourself to a slave, correct? Now, if God wanted us to be slaves, why doesn't he just make us to be robots? But he gave us free will. Right? He gave us free will. He gave us free will to choose and all that stuff. If he wanted people to submit to him, he could have just made us to be slaves of his and all that stuff.
You know what?
Unless you're willingly choosing to be a slave of God. That's the meaning. Unless you're willing to be a slave of God, which means Islam, the servant of God, the one who submit to God.
Muslim.
So there's a lot of emphasis on being a slave. So what does the religion produce? Does it produce a person? Or... Anyway, go on, Kovis.
No. So what I'm saying is like someone had this described to me. It seems like when it came to traditional African, I'm just using this term, traditional African religions, basically the shit before the Abrahamic faiths. It seems like with the Abrahamic faiths, there's more of you, the person serving God, but it seemed like the gods or the belief systems that we had that they served us, the humans, that there was a
100%. Now you got that. Yes, that's true. The gods served us. They did favors for us. We employed their service, something like that.
Right. It's like we don't control them. We don't like they had a certain thing that they did, and we would do a sacrifice, or we would do a type of bargaining in order to employ their service. That's how it seemed that it worked. But then when these Abrahamic faiths came in, then we became slaves to this ideology that we did something wrong just because of our nature, just by being born
by human. Yeah.
Right.
We're already sinners, so it's better off to be said. Now, what I'm saying, does Christianity produce a slave of an individual? I know some Christian Bibles later on went on, like the Mormon book, kind of tried to justify slavery and the enslavement of black people. Say they kind of rewrite it down. But does Christianity produce a slave of an individual?
Yes, it does. Me growing up as a Christian, yes, it does. Especially if you're in that fundamentalist.
But when you look at Christians, when you look at a Christian person, like a Christian person, when he prays to God, he says, when God blesses him and everything, he prays and he says, "Oh, God has blessed me with this thing because of da 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 da." But you know, there's a sense of individuality in Christianity, much more than there is in Islam. I don't know how
that's because of the Enlightenment period. That's because, like in the West, they had the idea of setting your own path as an individual. But a lot of these people were atheistic, or they were deistic, where they didn't believe God moved anything within nature. It was just a grand clockmaker. And then some of them were just straight up atheists. So the God element they already took out.
There is some truth into that, because if you look at Christian people back then, before the Reformation period as well, where the Catholics completely dominated Europe, they were a bit more, you know, the Inquisitions in Spain and all that kind of stuff. They were butchering, slaughtering people and all that stuff. The Knights Templar
on fire because they thought they was witches. It was bad, bro.
Yeah. But now the Muslims are the one doing that.
Yeah. Or the Muslims didn't stop.
They didn't stop. So hold on. But let's get back to this exploring of the creation of an individual. Okay. But even in the era, there just seems that, I don't know how to explain it, just seems like Christianity produces a much more individualistic outlook to God than Islam does as well. Because the messages are kind of different. Why Christians are told to seek guidance from God, to seek guidance and help from God and all that stuff. They are not told to prostrate and all that stuff. It does, or at least one emphasizes the other more. They're not told to prostrate to God entirely.
I wouldn't say that, because Christianity does tell you, even if you look at Christian history, when you look at like Europeans, they used to cover their heads like the Muslims, because like they used to follow these things. See, all these books are very similar. It's just that the ideology of the West is that you push individualism and setting your own path. That's what it is. And they just choose to be Christian, and they mix Christianity with that. But Christianity at its base is very much like Islam, very much like Judaism. But except at the center of it is this Jesus guy. So that's really the only difference.
So the difference here is that Christianity had the Reformation.
Because even in the Bible, it says that Jesus buys you from I guess the slave market of iniquity and all that other stuff. But he doesn't say that he sets you free. He just buys you so you can be a slave to him.
Wait, does he say that in the Bible? Does he say that? Does he emphasize anywhere in the Bible? He says that we Christians, we are slaves that's bought by Jesus. I don't know.
Bought by Christ, yep. But we're not set free. We just bought by Christ because he's he's the better slave master. That's what it is, quote unquote. Yeah, man. It's bad. and you know what? And here's the crazy shit. Like when we look at like at the end of the
I
world and
stand
all that other
corrected.
stuff, in heaven, all you're gonna be doing for eternity is gonna be praising how great this God is for all
Bro,
eternity. You ain't gonna be doing nothing else. You're gonna be singing praises of how great this God is for eternity. So,
well,
so I'm good with all that. I'm done.
but to praise the Lord for your life and all that kind of thing is different than to. Yeah, fine. I give up. I give up on this. James Corbett, you're somebody I rate. I rate you and for enlightening me and for adding some light into this. So I rate your knowledge. You're quite a knowledgeable guy. I didn't know.
Yeah,
Sorry.
yeah. This is just years.
Yeah, he does know. He does. You know, I appreciate that.
Al, look, you see, James Corbett went with me. You know, I was not trying to get on Islam and all that stuff. You know, James Corbett went with me, and now I realize he's a very knowledgeable guy. He's able to. I've come to realize that the difference here is Christianity choose to reform, to reform and change with the times and all
No,
that kind of stuff,
he's right.
while
Yeah, he's on
Islam
point.
didn't.
He's on point. I absolutely agree with that. And Islam was the religion that actually came with science, and they abandoned science for the
Yeah.
extreme version of Islam, and brought the deep Arab culture into the religion, and
Wow.
just destroy the whole thing.
Right.
That's what they did.
So Al, what do you think
Yeah.
of what the new changes happening in Senegambia where they importing the Wahhabism type of Islam? And then
I hate
I know
it. I completely hate it, and I think it's the that. Sometimes when I look at my people, how they've been Arabized, it kind of hurt me, bro.
you understand?
It hurt
Because
me.
to me, because the way the Arabs they're dressing for the region is a desert, so
But
they need to cover themselves.
the good thing is, it only stays in the in the Sahel. But however, even though our people in the dead west, I would say the far west, right? Even though
They're not the dead. Don't say dead.
dead west, yeah, just because it's really
I
west
tend
to
to
that
say
side.
Western Africa and
Do
West
you
Africa.
know
Western and West Africa.
do you know Senegal is the closest point to America? You know that?
I heard that. Yeah.
Yeah, but anyway, what happened is even though a lot of them following this Wahhabism, but they're tolerant, right? They don't go out there attacking other people or being looking down on other
I'm
people
not
because
sure about that. That's why I gotta
I don't know because I haven't been to
no,
some.
Al, it's very
Yeah,
worrying. It's very worrying. That's why I
right.
gotta support people like Caesar and the Nigerians coming up as a population because I want them to just sweep across West Africa and provide a real emboldened
That
Christian. Because
that me and
before this
me and you both
Wahhabism takes
know.
place, you
Me and
have
you both
religious
know.
wars all over West Africa.
Yeah, me
And
and you both know. And the trouble is, if that happened,
my allies are actually Caesar's people, and I was arguing against him.
no. But the thing is, you should do because part of your mother side is actually belong to this group of Africans. Your mother side is the Bassa. If you actually Jola, I know you are anyway. The Kissi and the Jola, the Bassa and all that, they kind of related. This were the one that conquered by the Mandinka. But anyway, I can see why you and Caesar getting on the Nigerians
No.
because you
The
connected.
fact that there's
No,
a
but no, you're
reason.
right. You're right. You're right.
I
Because the
want
thing
more.
is,
I want more Christians in West Africa.
this
100%.
this Salafism that came to West Africa recently from Saudi Arabia and the east to Sudan is actually really is a worrying trend because if this goes right into our communities, it's actually going to affect us a lot because what happened in Nigeria, we don't want that in West Africa, man.
Yeah.
We don't want that there, man. But that kind of, you see, the good thing is, that the Fullers and the Mandinka in Sierra Leone, they're very, very tolerant, bro. There's a lot of Fullers there that are Christians. They're Mandinka over there, they're Christians. They would never. I went to a Catholic school. Then after I went to a Methodist school, and I never. I've been into different churches. I've been. It's funny how in Sierra Leone is more.
Well, I don't know. Okay, we can't hear you there, Al. But what I gotta say is one thing I did notice: Al Afrodamus, and Mal have been able to speak truth about Islam in these panels the whole time. They're Muslims, but they've been able to speak truth about Islam, its positives and its benefits. So I appreciate you for that, Al, and all that stuff.
Yeah.
And for James
I mean,
Corbett, James Corbett, I know you left, but I rate you for engaging me on that point as well. You've made me come to a realization and an acceptance that both religions did, to a certain extent, produce slaves of an individual. Obviously, religions are means of control. Their rules are meant to control people or something, for the good or the benefit. It depends on
you
who's
can be
serving.
religious or be whoever
Yeah.
you want to be. Just be
Yeah.
tolerant. Don't look down on someone because they don't believe in what you believe, or trying to kill them because because they belong to a different religion. What is that? Especially you as an African, it's like why you don't.
Yeah. Oh my gosh, my guy's internet is bad, bro. Man. Al, where you at? Okay, we gotta call it a night, isn't it? So we gotta call it a night. I gotta show myself tomorrow. Everybody keep in watch. I think I have a different kind of strategy to approach this type of thing. So I got my own show tomorrow. I will try to run it. I don't know. We'll see. I'll record it and then I'll record it.
Don't bring no tribal stuff again. I'm begging.
No. Me, I'm not.
Don't bring.
No. I'm not tribal.
No,
I'm not a
because
tribal
I don't like
person.
that. It's because some of our brothers, especially in Nigeria, I know it's funny because as I was saying the other day that the Mandika conquered the entire west coast of Africa, back in the days, and this around the same time as when the Fula went to Nigeria. But nobody really talk about it round the coast.
No, because they don't talk about it because
you're right. In Nigeria, they're not used to us. But the funny thing is that Danfodio is not the reason why Fula people went to North Nigeria. They've been in Lake Chad for since the 11th century.
No. It's just that it's just that when you have Nigerians who are unchecked, like one man went to Mo, who's unchecked, beating his chest about how great the Yorubas were and all that kind of stuff. You just want to remind him, because sometimes you do hear Nigerians go on about what's wrong with you guys in the Western Africa? What's wrong with you Sahelians? What's wrong with you, the Western Africans, and all that stuff? I say, hold on a second. We gave you the greatest history you can have to defend yourself against the Hornets and shit. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
if it wasn't for Western Africa and all that stuff, the Hornets would say, what did you West Africans produce apart from being slaves? Shit, that would have paid.
And also, they would have been conquered by them anyway. If you look at the whole thing that's going on, it's only because of us, especially us, the Fula, that went further east and actually, even went to Sudan. Even after the colonial days, and we went to defend Sudan.
But Al, I would like you to change your rhetoric in your. I know you're proud Fula, and which is fine.
No,
but the way you go, we conquered these people. We conquered these people.
No, we don't. No. I don't like that.
That's
the reason why the reason why. Listen, the reason why I refuse to agree about Jalunke, because basically, the word Futa Jalon in Fula mean we defeat the Jalunke. That's what it means. It wasn't. I know because I got family members at Jalunka as right now as I speak. The head of the Fula in Guinea, the king of the Fula right now as I speak.
The Jalunkes are the only ones you've kind of like taken their land from and you usurped after they invited you for sanctuary. They gave you sanctuary and you did
exactly. No, it wasn't a sanctuary. That's far from true. They used to listen. Let me tell you right. They used to overtax us, and when we used to go down there, with our cattle, we had loads of problem with them for centuries. When we come down from Toro further down, they always used to give us trouble. So it's been a tension.
But you're coming through their land and running away from a war, and you're coming through their land and all that stuff. So it's either you go back where you come from, or
you could say that about the Timini, you could say that about the Susu, even the Jalunke, which is a branch of the Susu. They conquered the Baga. The Baga gave them refuge, and they conquered the Baga.
Fair enough. No worries. So, but apart from the Jalinke, who else?
Exactly. So we don't. No, I don't like mentioning the conquering. That's
so just say you are the most well migrated. You are some of the most migratory tribes, and you are the most expansive tribe in West Africa, just like Wikipedia says.
Yes, I would like to say that. That's exactly how I would like to say it.
Yeah, exactly. But you are sometimes you do find yourself as minorities in certain countries. In Cameroon, you're a minority and all that stuff. But in a sense, you are the most migratory, wide expanse kind of tribe in West Africa. That is a fact.
Yes, but
But to say
Yes,
you
and
conquered
also
people,
it's
I
about
will hold
no, but
back
you're not
from that.
listening. I never said conquer.
Sorry.
I don't like using the word conquer. That's why I was trying to deflect you from the whole conversation because I'm not that sort of person. But what I'm trying to say is, wherever we are minority, it's about making yourself relevant as people. Is the most important thing. And if other people like black people and other tribes in Africa can learn from that and make and copy some of that ideas so they can actually survive. Because in Africa there are a lot of minority tribes that have been put to silence by other tribes, right? So even though we have the numbers, in certain countries, we don't, basically tend to, be certain way Are you there?
Yeah, I'm here, Al. I know what's up.
Yeah. If you look at West Africa, I will give you an example in Sierra Leone now.
You're cutting out, Al. Al, you're cutting out and all that stuff. So, well, it's been quite an interesting show. I gotta go to sleep and all that kind of stuff. Wake up tomorrow. I got an evening show tomorrow and all that stuff. Just talking about regular stuff, philosophy. It's been nice, enjoyable. Dr. Kazo, don't hate on me, man. You get me? It's all good, man. One thing I respect about you, Dr. Kazo, you don't dox people and all that kind of stuff. So you do got some principles there and all that stuff. So all due respects and all that kind of stuff. You don't dox people and all that stuff. Otherwise, it's gonna be war. So
principle, right?
yeah, he's got some principles
Kaiser is
there.
a man with principle.
I don't know about that. I
All
don't
right
know
then,
about
Dachu. I
that.
better let you go. Please don't listen.
Yeah, go on, Al. Storyteller, that's true. The Sahelians were not the only ones with strong army. That's true. Perhaps next time you can enlighten
What did
us
he
a bit.
said?
Go on, Al. I didn't hear you. I didn't hear you.
Yeah,
Go on.
so I say Yorubas, Igbos, Ijo, Fula, Mandinka, Bambara, this all were one brothers and sisters. We should love one another and start building empires like our ancestors managed to achieve in the past.
We should
Whether
just
that is
intermix, man. I think that should happen. West Africans should just intermix and produce a one fucking superior black race. That's all. You get me? We just intermix and produce one superior black race. Tall Sahelians versus big and strong Western Africans and all that stuff. You know what that will produce? That will produce a
yeah,
supreme
can you
black,
hear me?
premium black. Go on.
Yeah, yeah, obviously, but that's what we've been doing in West Africa for years. Our ancestors have been intermarrying. That's why we become more bigger and taller than the other zone.
And we need to send
A
more
part of some of
Nigerians.
the
We
coastal.
need to send more Nigerians to East Africa to reclaim and rebuild their genetics and all that stuff. Because those people got them Indian
Yeah,
genetics.
no, we need to send.
We need to send
We
more
need,
Nigerians there to stabilize what's happening over there because their genetics is just all over the place. Just it looks nasty, bro. Nasty. You know what I mean? Just how can you be fat like that, bro? Look at Museveni. Look at many Ugandans just all over the place. I don't get it. Some of them have the biggest asses that you can see. Fucking shit. You know what I mean? Like Somalis too tend to have it. Big asses. Big asses out of nowhere. Yeah, me out.
is it their diet? Is it
Is it a
diet? Isn't it?
diet? I don't know, man. Like when Ghanaians seem to also have some kind of big ass like that for some reason. I don't know why. Like some big backy. And then Somalians also seem to also have a big back like that. Ugandans as well. Man, Al,
Yeah,
I was
that.
in university. I saw a Ugandan guy
Do
with
you
a
know
big
that?
ass. A guy with a big ass. Come on, bro. Like, you get me?
That? Do you know in West Africa in Futa Jalonia, there's this guy that's export phone.
Fonio. Did you just say Fonio? Exports Fonio. What the fuck am I gonna close that window? Al, go on. Okay, Al is off. Al, say your last bit
Yeah,
and
yeah.
we're
Can
gonna
you?
call it
Yeah,
a
them
night.
thing. Yeah, yeah. You know that. You know the millets. The
Fonio millets, yes. Hi.
can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. I can hear you. I can hear you, mate. Yeah, okay. Well, next time I'll be talking to you about what it's like in Bristol over there. Bristol seems like a nice place in the UK. Tell me more about it and all that stuff. You know what I mean? So, Keizo, thanks for having me. And then I guess I ran the show for a bit. But want somebody that James Corbett, I'm surprised. I'm surprised this guy is able to conversate with me about at that level in terms of religion and what kind of person it produces. That's quite interesting. Very, very nice. And Al, thank you for joining. Thank you for joining. Any last words?
Yeah, no, peace and blessing to all the Niger Congo children. We just want prosperity. We should be careful with foreign religion coming into our community, dividing us. Basically, fire burn, anything that divide us. You know what I mean? So we should stay together, stay close. And Boko Haram should get wiped out of Nigeria, so my brothers can live in peace. You know what I'm saying? Because that, and also I hope, those herders that go in Nigeria killing people, I hope they stop doing that soon. If they are Fulani people, they should have some shame, man, because Fula people don't do this kind of things.
No, Fula people.
When do you know Fula people to be violent? Come on, man.
You do like to cut a bit of heads and all that stuff. So you do like to cut a bit of heads and all that stuff.
But you see, I don't know, but those ones over there, bro, they're too much, fam. The things that we had in the past, the behavior of, of the past. It was all tribe doing kind of stuff, but a lot of tribes stop. But I don't know why if those in Nigeria, I think it's those in Niger that's causing this problem,
They're the ones
But
in Nigeria.
do you know it's Sunjata, Sunjata Keita is the one that brought them over there, bro.
He brought the Fullers over there.
He brought them over there. You see the Fullers, okay, see the Fullers in Burkina Faso.
But I think there's a different types of Fullers. Of course, the ones the Fullers. What do you think? What do you think about the Wadabes? The Wadabes in Nigeria. Those are some kind of Fullers as well.
They are the Chadic branch. They are the Chadic branch.
You understand? So what I'm saying is the Fula people or Fudal people are these people are the red skinned people of Africa in the Sahel. Because when you look at some Africa, these are red.
That's because of Lake Chad. That's because they migrate over there and they mix up with the Kanuris and they mix up with the other.
The dark skin of Fullers is a recent admixture with the coastal Africans.
No,
but
those in Toro. This is what you don't understand. Those in Toro were the dark skin, like Macky Sall. They will call them the Ainabe. The Ainabe. Okay. Yeah, these were the elites.
But you see this depiction of ancient Egyptians to be like a reddish skin or something. I think people who lived in the Sahara area, and all that kind of stuff.
Okay.
Because hold on. Because the Sahara used to be green, and when you see the cave,
we're making it green very soon.
Yeah, when you see the cave paintings of the Sahara at that time, you used to portray these people with cattle and cows and different animals and all that kind of stuff.
Of course,
and
that's our area.
And the people are portrayed to be of brown, red skin, like the Red Indians and all that stuff. So, man. Anyways, all right, Keizo. Thank you for joining us. Thank you everyone for listening to this whole stream and all that kind of stuff. I hope you enjoyed the stream and you learned a bit and all that stuff. I think I learned a bit as well. Through these exchanges, we all improve our knowledge and all that kind of stuff. You know what I mean? So it's been real. It's been good. Cheers, Keizo. Peace out. How do I leave this bloody stream, man? Why is it not leaving? Why is this fucking not leaving? Are you hacking to my fucking leave the street?